Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Super League North America qualifiers for the Spring 2024 season. I'm Powerbang, and I'm hosting this show, and we are going to have a party today because yesterday was awesome. I'm going to introduce you to a familiar face in Enigma, and we've got a new person on the show today. It's my good buddy, Hot Jukes. Boys, welcome to the broadcast. How we doing today, Hot Jukes? First, start with you.
I am so excited to be here today. My brother gets married tomorrow, so I'm excited to see that. Shout out to all my family watching right here, right now. But you know what? It's time to get into some PUBG Mobile action and see who's going to make it into the top 3 at the end of this.
All right. Hi, family. Hi, Jukes family. We got Enigma up next, man. How you feeling today, man? Ready for day 2?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I mean, day 1 left kind of, itching to see more of the games. Unfortunately, we only got to see 6 yesterday. But the beauty of it is we get 6 today and then 6 tomorrow. And at the end of it all, it's going to be that top 3 finish. So I'm dying to know which of these teams we're already eyeballing are going to maybe be able to keep that top 3, or maybe some newcomers coming in to challenge these Goliaths in the lobby.
Well, you're not burying the lead, my friend. You talked about the top 3. I want to get into the format for any newcomers to the stream today. Let's talk about how these teams progress, right? Last weekend, we started with phase 1 of the qualifiers. The top 5 teams moved forward to this weekend, and now we're into the NA finals. And again, the top 3 from this weekend's action will be moving on to the LAN tournament in Brazil, taking place next month. The other regions have already got things figured out. They're all sorted. Brazil's good to go. LATAM's good to go. And now the last 3 spots are up for grabs, and North America is trying to determine who is best to send forth to represent them at LAN. So that is what is going on this weekend. We are in day 2 of the action right now, and I'm so excited to see who exactly is going to be moving on from the region. We've got some pretty good indications, but I want to check the teams that are participating so we have an idea of who's out there on the battlegrounds for you guys to be able to root for. So with that, let's take a peek at the 16 participants for this weekend. Again, some standouts today you're going to hear about here in just a moment. But this is the rundown here, some familiar faces and some new faces as well. Let's take a peek at what happened during day 1. Day 1 was hot and heavy. The action was crazy. Enigma, we saw our first 2 chicken dinner winner of the tournament in SLR coming through clutch in match 6, man. Give me the reactions to day number 1 since you were here on the desk to see it.
I mean, I'm surprised we didn't caster curse a lot of these teams, PB, because you and I, and the most part with Titan series and stuff like that, when we call a name like we had with SLR and stuff, they kind of chundered. But yesterday, they were able to show that they're able to handle that sort of pressure. And a lot of these teams, especially when we get to look at the leaderboard and stuff like that later on, we're going to see that those teams themselves, they're doing great performances on 2 of the 6 maps, Titan Gaming, with their choices and stuff like that. But it's not just them. We're looking at ICU and stuff like that. I'm looking at Strangers BD. A lot of these names here, PB, we've seen before. And it's, more contenders, I guess you could say, than we've probably seen in the past for this top 3.
Absolutely. Juke's joining us on the desk today. I mean, it is a tight one at the top, right? 74, 72, 66, anyone's ball game. But honestly, the top 3, the order of those doesn't really matter, right? It's only the top 3 that are moving on, and there is no bonus for finishing 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. So it's really that cutoff from 4th and on below. They have some catching up to do today. So I'm looking at the Taco Lovers. I'm looking at ICU Gaming. They need to step it up because the elims have been on point. They've been doing damage, but they got to start finishing towards the top of the table like some of these other teams. So that is kind of what is going on today. Let's take a look at the bottom of the tables really quickly and see who's got their work cut out for them. I'm calling out 4 Bros, Black Mamba, 3 Sheep, Reality. They've got to get with it, and they've got to turn it up immediately. No time to waste. We're 1/3 of the way through the action, but it's still a long tournament. 12 games to go, and that is your overall rankings for day 1 coming into today. So with that, there were some standout teams yesterday, obviously. None other than Titan Gaming. We had Titan Gaming come in and absolutely crush it during phase one last weekend. There was 254 points for Titan Gaming. Ooh. They were almost 100 points ahead of second place. Absolutely crazy performance in phase one. And they move forward here to phase two. And the big question, Jukes, was, would they be able to continue the domination, right? You know, are they going to be able to take that consistency? Are they warmed up? Will they be able to get into the action? And I think the jury's still out on that yesterday, right? Like, they came in, started off a little slow, but ultimately had some pop-off games yesterday for sure. But I'd love for you to let us know what you saw on the VOD, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best right there. I mean, top three is the goal at the end of the day. And they showed that consistency in phase one, and they showed it again here in Erangel. But that's it, right? I mean, they started off so slow as Sanhok, like you mentioned, and then fell off towards the end in Miramar, just allowing teams like, you know, SLR and such to be able to pass them up. And I'll tell you what, man, just looking at those squads that these NA teams are coming up against, I mean, every single one of these guys that make it have their work cut out for them. So I want to see just absolute dominance and consistency, because this is all about the North American representatives here. So I only want the teams that deserve to go there to actually just start crushing it, and they need to make a big lead right off the rip.
If anyone's capable of doing it, it is certainly Titan Gaming. They ran off a fourth, a first, and a second on Erangel yesterday. A lot of big elims coming in from them as well, so they certainly have the capability to pop off, and you know, that is what you're looking for in teams that are going to be angling to shoot up the leaderboard. But also yesterday, we saw the likes of Nemesis, right? They were pretty quiet early on in the day, but ultimately when it got to Miramar, Titan Gaming was fading away, but Nemesis was stepping up. They were led by Spec. You can see out front just doing crazy damage here. He is leading all players right now in the tournament, absolutely crushing the competition. I love what Nemesis is bringing to the game. And here on Miramar, they just owned the zone here in Game 5, splitting the circle entirely in half, owning one end to the other, and ultimately absolutely crushed it here on Miramar, putting them up big elims and ultimately getting a chicken dinner as well. So you'll love to see what Nemesis is bringing to the table, and ultimately they jumped over Titan Gaming in the last game of the day, currently sitting in second place, but none other than SLR. It was my prediction for the tournament. SLR jumped up to number one at the very end. Enigma, tell us what you're seeing from this team, SLR.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, this team themselves, we got to at least look at the players first off. We're talking 2X, Nova, Hyper players and stuff like that. They've played internationally, coming over to the squad now with White Eulogy. Shout out to you, by the way. I saw the Instagram follow. I definitely wanted to leave you a few notes, how, you know, awesome you guys played yesterday. But for the most part, this squad, we talked a lot about Koi himself. Pulling off 1v2s, a lot of these games, they actually were able to finish in the top 5, 4 out of 5 matches, or excuse me, 5 out of 6 matches. A little dyslexic there, but that squad itself is showing a sort of consistency that Titan Gaming, Nemesis haven't really been able to match throughout all of the matches. Titan Gaming's forte is Erangel. Nemesis's forte is Miramar, but you got to learn how to play all the maps. And of course, SLR seems to be the dominant factor on top with all of it.
They absolutely do. That clip of Koi yesterday on Miramar going 1v3 against Strangers BD, another top 5 team, really got me hyped up, man. I wasn't even on broadcast, but I was screaming in the microphone. They absolutely lit things up yesterday. SLR creeping into the first place spot in the last game of the day, but again, top damage right now going to Titan. We saw as far as their average damage per game. Nemesis right there as well. Man, really impressive team so far on day one, but day two is anybody's ball game. We got to go prove it out on the battlegrounds, and I'm so excited to see if the likes of ICU Gaming, Taco Lovers, we saw them pop off yesterday, always in battle, always taking fights and dropping loads of damage, loads of elims, but not able to get the placements, right? I mean, what happens to a team, Jukes, when, you know, you're getting all these elims, but you're finishing in 11th and 12th every game? You're getting some points, you're there, but what do they need to do to turn things around?
Yeah, they got to do something, I'll tell you that right now, because they have a 22-point difference. That's a big gap, honestly, right, in order to make it into top 3. So, Taco Lovers, I think I need to see them just come off the rip at Sanhok. If they're just so elimination heavy, that's the map to do it, right? You want to be able to put up some limbs there. So I want to see that strong start, but you need both, right? You got to have that consistent placement. Hopefully we could just see them just maybe dial down the aggression just a little bit in Erangel towards that mid game, get into that late game, try to get into that top 6 scenario and just put something on the board, because I mean, with a 22-point gap, one chicken dinner could really boost it, and you don't have to worry about it from there. But this is only 3 days, and if you don't make it to the top 3, you're going to be hurting real bad.
You really are. And, I like the shout outs there for what they need to do. And, when I look at the roster and I'm trying to figure out, okay, is it 24K that's going to need to pick them up? Who's going to be carrying here? I'm looking at none other than that's who I'm thinking is going to hook up the taco lovers. Enigma, tell us about and what you saw from him yesterday. I know he was all over the place. Do you think he's going to step it up and deliver the goods for the taco lovers here today?
Well, I mean, I think Hotchuk said it best. Sanhok's the map to do it, and they ended up winning the first map yesterday, which was Sanhok. But that map, being a previous pro, everyone knows that map's a little bit of a coin flip. You got to make sure that you're getting those eliminations right off the bat, because the whole tournament, unfortunately, we're shifting away from that placement area. You got to learn how to shoot your gun. And a lot of these teams, it seems like they're kind of on the back foot, which is why we're seeing Titan Gaming, we're seeing Nemesis, those sorts of squads where they're not afraid to take the aggression. Teams like ICU, they're able to do that, but they're the only team in the top 8 on that leaderboard we just saw where they're in single-digit placement points. That's got to get bumped up if you want to even have a chance of making top 3, let alone being able to compete against those Americas teams.
Absolutely. Let's take a peek at the maps that we're going to be playing today. Again, a little different than in years past, but we've got Sanhok to lead things off here for match number 7. And then in match 8 through 10, we're running Erangel back to back to back, seeing who can develop that chemistry and those consistent performances. It was Titan Gaming yesterday delivering a 4th, a 1st, and a 2nd. We'll see if another team can replicate that success today. But in the end of the stream, we're going to have Miramar back to back as well. And Miramar in the desert is always due for some fireworks, so really excited to see who's gonna clutch up, take home that chicken today. I might be looking at the likes of Reality or maybe Control yesterday, really good at getting into fights, holding ground. Hayuya having a really good tournament so far, so really excited to see if they're able to continue to make progress as well. Ultimately, bright spots from, I think, several of the teams yesterday. I'd say at least half of the lobby had moments where it was just like, wow, these guys are looking really good. Like Dauntless, for example, in game, I believe it was 4, going head-to-head with Titan, who was off of, a chicken dinner and cruising again. And then Klaus getting into that 1v1 with Titan Gaming and winning, setting his team up for success, able to get the flanks on both sides taken down. So really nice work from Dauntless yesterday, but they're looking to continue that and be more consistent all the way through. I think that's probably goes to the same for really everyone participating in the tournament. But let's turn our attention towards game 1. We have all these 16 teams going to be participating, and who's going to win? That's the big question here. Hot Juice, you didn't get a chance to participate in the predictions yesterday, so I'm going to need you to come in clutch and get a bunch of bangers in a row here. So who is it going to be? Your choice for game number 1, map 1 on Sanhok. Who's taking the chicken dinner?
Going in blind. You know what? I'm going to go with Titan Gaming. Why not, right? They absolutely threw yesterday when it came to Sanhok. I think they realized that majority of their points were only out of just 2 games. So I think they need to step it up here off the rip. Hopefully we can see a little bit of that consistency, those nerves gone, and they actually make it happen here.
I love it. Let's go with Enigma. What do you think for Sanhok, map 1? Who's it going to be?
Oh, man. I mean, it's kind of a tough question in my eyes because a lot of these teams, it's game 1. It's Sanhok as well. It's almost like I just got to put the names in the hat and kind of just pick one out. So my picks, I think, going to have to be Nemesis here. Team, they have the resume. They have the experience. It's just a matter if they can start off strong today and not wait till the last 2 matches to get all their points.
That's a great choice. I actually really like the choice there of Nemesis. And, if I have to go to the bag here and figure out who I'm going to pick, well, I'm also going with Nemesis. We're going to double up on this first one. The reason why, though, is everyone came in yesterday kind of cold, right? A lot of the teams were passed on straight to phase 2. They didn't have to qualify. So there was a lot of maybe rust or at least, some teams that needed to warm up coming into yesterday's action. But Nemesis actually performed quite well yesterday on Sanhok. They actually finished 3rd place, so a good showing on the map. Taco Lovers actually won that first map with a really beast showing. But Nemesis, finished the day incredibly strong on Miramar with all of that momentum jumping into second place. So I feel like they're riding the high of day one, and their strong finish combined with a really good performance in Sanhok yesterday, I'm looking at them to take the first map today. Who knows how that will actually play out, though? We'll see if it's a cast or curse, because I will say I got a few predictions right yesterday, right? I think I predicted 2 of the game winners yesterday. But I also got a 14th place, a 14th place, and a 13th place. So it was either you win or you lose big yesterday. I don't know if it's going to go like that today. But, let's go to Enigma here for some pro tips going into the lobby. Sanhok's crazy. It's smaller. Not a lot of vehicles to be found. Talk to us a little bit about the strategy. What are these teams that need to be looking out for going into the jungle here?
Well, the main thing is kind of those first 2 zones, depending where it ends, whether it's that east, that northeast side, that northwest side, or that southern island, I guess you could say. It's a matter of where you land on the map and how you choose to play it. Sanhok's one of those maps where you can't just play center zone. You got to learn how to play the edge. You got to look for those elimination points early on if you don't get blessed with the zone. And we saw a lot of those teams yesterday, like Taco Lovers and stuff like that, even though they ended up winning that first match. They were a team that played edge all game. They caught teams rotating, getting a little bit more lackadaisical, thinking spots are open. I'm hoping to see a lot of that today, hopefully with those lower-end teams that are needing points, because at the end of the day, all of them are here for a reason. They're needing to start show performance now because it's day 2. Got to get up there at some point.
Day 2, baby. I got a little side bet for you guys before we head into the game.
Okay.
I'm thinking early on in this one, we're going to have a water fight. Some team's going to get stranded in the water. There's going to be some swimmers out there, and it's going to be shooting fish in a barrel. I don't know why I have this feeling, but I feel like every time I watch Sanhok, it's 50-50 if that happens or not. I don't know which team it's going to be. I'm not going to go that crazy with the predictions, but I'm thinking maybe a boat tape might be in order. I don't know. We'll see. But we have game 2 ramping up now. The players are in the lobby. They've got their energy drinks, and they are strapped into the plane. We are getting ready for Sanhok, day number 2, kicking off now for the PUBG Mobile Super League North America qualifiers. Hot Jukes and Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it, baby. Here we go for day number 2, match number 7 of 18 here, man, and we're getting into Sanhok. I'm gonna tell you what, right here now, Enigma, I'm gonna be critical on these squads. Like I'm no mercy at this point. This is day 2. There's no excuses here, because we need a North American representative. We need that hero team. And just looking at that roster lineup for Brazil, oh my gosh, dude. I mean, these guys have their work cut out for them. So in all honesty, like, if they're going to be competing against that, we need to see that these 3 teams that are going to come out of this, like, just dominate this entire lobby.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and for the most part, I was really happy with seeing Titan Gaming's performance yesterday coming out of Phase 1, because they did have virtually a 100-point lead in that Phase 1 tournament. I was a little bit skeptical coming out of that second match yesterday during Phase 2, but they ended up making me eat my words for it. They absolutely dominated virtually all the Erangel matches. And now we have teams like Nemesis. They came in after it. They had the Miramars under their belt. So these teams, as much as I'd like to say they're dominant forces on certain maps, hopefully at the end of this all, they kind of look at those teams and be like, we need to be able to do that ourselves on every single map. But we're going to have a bit of a note in it, because right now we're having a bit of a hot drop. Hot Jukes, this is just to the west of Boot Camp.
All right, let's see what we got going on here. This is going to be on that island area, or just actually right near Trifecta. Let's see what's going to happen as we got Reality. So far, they have everybody up, so nothing to worry about just yet. And Four Bros is the one that's in real trouble, though. You can see one of their players just kind of swimming it out right now. So I guess PB was already right. We already start seeing some water play action right off the rip. So that's 1 for 1 on predictions. Okay, I thought that player that was crossing was going to get shot. So we're going to see this battle out here. This is still technically in the zone, so they can take their time. But nope, they are not wasting any as Gatsby gets knocked. And here comes Reality on the push.
Yeah, and I mean, they also have to worry about all these off angles, because they are actually just getting shot around the walls in the back. It's not even the 1v1s they're taking, Jukes. And look at this. It's not even actually a 4v4. Taco Lovers has been actually creeping up on the hillside, getting a knock. This is looking like a disaster for both these teams in the lobby.
Taco Lover said, "I'll give me that. I'll take some of these points big time." And they need it because they have one heck of a gap to cross. So, yeah. I mean, these teams realize that it's all about top 3. That's it, right? You want to make it a top 3, nothing less than that. So I'm not surprised to see Taco Lovers really just trying to take advantage of this third party here. Oh, there goes the nice little thirst there from Reality. Gonna get that loot. Not losing a player, so a good start for them. They need to start moving, in all honesty. Like, this zone is not a very pretty one. They need to start backing out.
Yeah, and the main thing too is you talked about, with the eliminations and stuff like that. Top 3 teams all virtually had the same eliminations as 4th places combined total points. So you're needing to start at least getting 5, 6 eliminations a game, as much as it's tough to say, because teams like Titan Gaming and stuff like that, where they're dropping double-digit eliminations 2, 3 games a day. I mean, how are you really going to be able to compete with that if you're not able to do the same yourself?
I mean, that makes me excited, right? Because I think that against a lobby like this, if we're going to see a team have even stand a chance against those Brazilian squads, we need to see a squad that's getting double-digit eliminations like every game,
Yeah.
So to see that come out of Titan Gaming does make me excited, but to see them just absolutely just like tank the other 3 matches, it makes me hesitant for sure, right? If they were able to get like 6 points, 7 points on those other matches, I'd be like, okay, that's good, right?
Yeah.
But to pull out pretty much goose eggs, that's pretty tough.
Yeah, you're not wanting any sort of donuts on the screen. And unfortunately, we have seen these top teams even drop those 0-point games, which is kind of tough for us to really, take. And unfortunately, it looks like Forbos, this is one of the teams virtually at the very bottom of Leaderboard Jigs. They are still struggling coming out of day 1, down to actually just a solo. And we'll talk about it more later on, but I always have loved your opinion on teams when they take these early fights and they try to back away. Because if you're in Reality's position, I could picture you maybe disengaging from this fight. Go loot, kind of just back up. But if you're Forbos, what are you looking to do right now?
Oh, man, if you're Forbos, you're done. That's what you're going to do. Yeah, you're just going to just be like, what am I going to do? Maybe try to steal an elimination? That's really all you can at this point. Because Taco Lovers with that knock, they're on the push and they're hungry. They are hungry for tacos. They love them.
I'm hungry about tacos.
Dude, yo también. Dude. I will take 3 of asada right now. And you know what? They got another knock. That's 2. Well, actually, yeah, they were to get a res. No, they got the confirm. Okay, so they got the confirm. That's tough. See that? And this is what happens, right? You just stayed too long. And now you're starting to fall apart. Now you're going to try to back off, but it's already too late. You have to fight this now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Reality, the player that was finished out, was the one in the very front, the one spearheading it all. And essentially, if you're getting knocked like that, you're virtually, eliminated. You're not making it out. Now they're all huddled up. You see the player across the water just gatekeeping them from leaving the compound. And I mean, what do you even do at that point? Free fires, DBSs, look at that. Not even caring if he gets damage done on him. Now it's just a solo. We're going to have to see if Chapo can maybe, get a finish on one, but it won't even matter. Complete squad wipe for the Taco Lovers and a freebie from Forbos. They don't know just where that last player is at yet, but the Taco Lovers, I mean, 5 free eliminations. They started off strong yesterday on Sanhok, and I'm happy I'm looking at them today because this team themselves have been, kind of stellar in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, heck, they got the chicken dinner on the first day, right, in Sanhok. So with what was it, 15 eliminations?
Yeah.
That's insane, right? So, I mean, they show that, when it comes to Sanhok, we got it locked down. And I'm surprised that Reality, after not noticing that in the feed, they didn't just leave. But let's look at this. Wancho and squad. Nate with a nice knock. And a nice finish here. So it looks like we're going to see 3 eliminations. And Valak leading in the charge with 2 so far. But what is going on is ICU Gaming is going to be pressing onto this fight here. And wow, done just like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with TSG. They were fighting ICU, maybe trying to hold a split on the mountainside, but straight on to Paul looking for the third party. I'd really like to see ICU maybe even leave this compound because you're kind of in that bowl down below. You're not able to really move and do what you want freely. Zuko is in the prime position right now for his squad. He cannot get knocked here or else everything just spells disaster.
No, yeah, looks like ICU are doing fine right now. So they're not in a terrible position. They can just kind of hold it down for now. And, well, actually, they're going to have to start moving into this next zone. So they kind of have to really push this fight.
Yeah.
And start moving on in. We'll see where the next zone's about to pop, though. 12 seconds left on the clock. If we see that southern shift, we're definitely going to see a botation. Let's see what happens here. Does it go south? Are we going to get the cave finish? The legendary cave finish? I want to see it at least once.
It's
so
still
you're saying there's a chance, right?
There's always a chance. Now, unfortunately, there's still a chance that this isn't even going to be a 4v4 fight like it was before, Jukes, because I'm seeing the map right now. Titan Gaming's kind of coming up behind them with the rotation themselves. And unfortunately, this hillside, it's all about the snake gameplay right now. Ooh,
Oh,
sees who
yeah.
first, Jukes. And Zuko, he's in a spot. He's kind of in an obvious spot where someone's maybe going to hold. And Nate actually being the first one knocked off on the western side of the hillside. And look at this, straight on Nepal, all shifting down underneath. I'm wondering where their fourth player's at on straight on Nepal. Maybe getting an off angle, but I see you now on the back foot.
Juancho with the DBS. Gonna have to get this knock. Ooh, actually gets it. He does get pieced up in the process. But we're gonna see straight out of Nepal getting some nice shots in return. That's Frankie on the way backside. He's gonna have to push up, but he doesn't really have a great angle, and that's what he's looking for. Maybe try to get some pre-fires here. Okay, he's gonna wrap around on the right side. Oh, King with the knock on the Valix. Gonna be absolutely brutal. It's all up to Juancho, and yeah, that is gonna be it for ICU.
Yeah, I think the issue there was they got the knockdown below from ICU, so to speak, and Zuko just getting caught in the side, not realizing that a straight on Nepal member stayed back, covering that rotation on the top. So great play from straight on Nepal. They actually come out with 6 eliminations. They got 2 on that TSG squad and the full squad right, but it's not done there. We've got TP in a fight with Taco Lovers.
And the tacos are... Oh, Sheep is still alive. I thought the tacos were out of there. But nope, Sheep's still up in this business here, trying to make it happen against the Panthers. And so far, it's not looking too good as the Panthers are going to start coming in a 2v1. But one is pretty lit. Let's see if he's able to get the shot off. Oh, did you notice? No.
Ooh.
Dodges that grenade. Little undercooked. Taco Sheep. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Sheep? Oh, here he comes.
I mean,
he's going to throw a nade right in there. Yep.
You got to take it at some point. You got the DBS out. You hear the nade pulled. Thankfully, he dodges the damage, but eventually you're going to have to start shooting your gun. And I think TP's kind of just playing with their food right now. Hopefully no one comes in for that sort of third party down the hillside or something trailing behind Taco Lovers. But I'm liking this angle. He's actually on the balcony. Maybe they're not realizing it. They didn't get the sound cue just yet outside the window. Oh, see, now I feel like if I'm playing there, I almost even peeked at myself, but he doesn't realize. They know exactly where he was at. Actually getting a good... Wait a second. I think that was his teammate, maybe. I don't know what's going on there.
Baby, burn.
He just wanted to heat up a bit in the sauna or something.
There you go.
But TP, unfortunately, losing 2 players there, but having 4 eliminations to their name. A little bit of a decent start, I guess you could say, for him. But a lot of these teams now actually opting to take these fights earlier. And Tank game with a bit of a drive-by. Strangers BD getting caught off completely off guard right on the cave top here, Jukes.
Mori with that nade, though, could be dangerous. It looks pretty good. Oh, actually just a little bit too short. And now they're getting actually third-partied here from the side, but that's going to be it. So Titan Gaming, another terrible Sanhok game for them. Not looking too good. They end up with 3 eliminations, but that is it.
Yeah, and I really like, I almost don't want to discredit Titan Gaming here because they have to fight, but KR Esports is the team that just does the same exact play as them behind them, getting the freebies in the end. And I believe there is another team coming in right now, straight out of Nepal, maybe hearing the action. So this might even be a 4th party right now on the cave side of the map.
Totally possible. Cave is still in play. It's barely in there, folks. I'm believing. Meanwhile, SLR, right? SLR, one of the teams in the top 3. No elimination so far, but in a perfect position. Enigma. These guys are chilling in Camp Charlie. And, we'll get to that in a second here as we watch Black Mamba now going up against Dauntless. Let's see if Klaus is able to get that nade off. Nice pre-fire from the side. Black Mamba on point. Oh, that nade hurt him bad. Yeah, how about some of that, though? Ooh, that hurt in return.
It's always hard throwing nades over rocks because you have to time it perfectly. And I thought he was going to get him with the knock there, getting him down to just 1 HP. Looks like Black Mamba actually having really good cover fire, getting pain knocked and stuff like that. And Dauntless now, you've left the compound trying to aggress, but if you're getting knocked, you have to just put yourself onto the brakes. Black Mamba has you completely surrounded, getting away back to the compound, and I still don't see it working out for Dauntless. They won a game yesterday, but that was virtually it, Jukes. Black Mamba, both of these teams are needing this fight to go their way.
Oh, he sees him. Klaus now starting to come on out and say, you know what, let's shut him down. I mean, this is the player for Dauntless right here. I mean, Klaus has proven that he's got the skills to pay the bills, and they're going to be able to get Pain up here. And I think they need to forget this player and start moving into the zone because this is stage 3. Circle 4 really starts to hurt.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Klaus being that player that the team relies on when they need him most. Look at that. He's prone up. He's basically isolated from his squad with a teammate knocked. He knows at some point he's going to need to strike out of the grass like a snake, so to speak, and get those knocks. And thankfully, he gets 2 of them. They knew exactly where the third last player was here. Unfortunately, just a little bit too many steps ahead, I guess you could say, to finish Black Mamba. But if you're this squad, you're almost just saving grace to Klaus, like, thank you for pulling that off for us.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's all about those micro plays in those kind of situations. One fight, one little thing could just turn things around for you. And Klaus is that playmaker. You got to have one of those players that can make that happen. Ah, we got the C cave.
Oh,
let's go. All right. All right. I beg for a cave finish in Sanhok. I rarely get to see it. I think I've seen maybe 2 or 3 in esports history when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So at least being able to spot it is good enough for me, as we're going to watch KR pretty close here. Let's see what happens. Is KR Esports going up against straight out of Nepal. Frankie going to be using that buggy to get some intel. This is dangerous, though. Oh, look at that trigger discipline right there.
I was worried he was honestly going to crash into one of the trees, Jukes. He was kind of getting a little close there, but I think both these teams kind of know. They don't know exactly where they're at, but they know someone's around. And it's all going to come down to who kind of overextends too much. The zone shift we do see as well on the side of the screen. The edge of cave is in, but it's favoring KR Esports' side. Trailer Paul is going to have to rotate in. And if I'm SON, you have the vehicles, I'd honestly just be looking to go into zone. I wouldn't be looking to even play for this part of the map. But look at this. Wait, Freaky's actually going all the way around the backside, maybe even spotting all the players, because at this distance, you're not seeing the grass. You're going to see all these people sticking out like a sore thumb on this hillside, maybe being able to mark for your squad exactly where they're at, because we saw it yesterday. We saw Juancho on Sanhok. A lot of these teams were amazing with the frag grenades, and I expect nothing less here today from all these squads.
Mamba just giving up his location, saying, I cannot resist. I got to take a couple shots at this buggy. And Frankie's just getting more and more information for his squad. So straight out of Nepal, rocking the 3-1 split right here. He just told exactly, his team where KR Esports is. So let's see how they're going to be able to take advantage of it. These snakes in the grass are still pretty sneaky here. But Frankie from that off angle, doing a great job of starting things off here. What a play there from straight out of Nepal. Beautifully done. Frankie just got to be careful not to get knocked in the situation.
Yeah, he's the one that has the spot in zone. He's the thorn in the side for KR Esports, because we can look at the map. The zone is slowly closing. And if you're straight out of Nepal, you can theoretically tank zone a bit. But the main thing is you want to make sure that KR Esports doesn't have a spot in play for them to sit at. You want them to take damage. You want them to lose a bit of health, so Frankie's able to come over and start getting the free knocks for your squad. The main thing, though, is just a matter of when you decide to rotate all of your squad to him and how many people you choose to leave on the mountain.
Straight out of Nepal has this team completely pinched. KR they're screwed, to be honest. There's nothing they can do in this situation. They can't move. They can't choose the fight. And they have no choice, though. Oh, look at these shots, though, from Blinky.
Wow.
All the way downtown. KR, with these last 2 remaining players, are just making something happen at the last second. Blinky, he's got to get this knock here, though, because this zone's about to pop. Can he do it? Ooh, gets pieced up by that nade just a little bit, but he knows exactly where he is. Uh-oh, that nade just a little too short. Blinky throws a short one in return here, so both of these teams hurting bad.
Yeah, and I mean, straight out of Nepal, they had the prime position for themselves, but they left him isolated on the hillside here. The rest of KR Esports recognizing we need to move and we need to do something. They're taking that initiative, Jukes. They sent 2 players. I even thought it was going to at least be 3, but 2v1, the player on the hillside, straight out of Nepal, had no support whatsoever from their position, and they kind of just let it all fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, that was a complete timing issue or communication issue from the team. Straight out of Nepal had such an advantage when it came to just their whole layout. So as soon as they saw those 2 players drive over, the team should have just crested the hill and pushed hard. But they were just delayed just a little bit, and then their critical angle was just taken away from them. So big ups to KR for just, making it happen when they needed to. Sometimes you got to make those plays, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, and another team that seems like they've been making plays here, Jukes, is going to be Team Control, previous Extreme Slayers roster remix, actually having 4 eliminations out of the 7 for the squad. virtually a prime position. The zone shifted just towards the bridge, essentially outside of Camp Charlie. But a lot of these teams, though, it's going to come down to if you're able to reach the water side or if you're able to play some of this hard cover. Because on this part of the map, Jukes, it's virtually flat terrain.
Yeah, it is. By the way, what happened to SLR, man? SLR was just big chilling in Camp Charlie all by themselves, and they just got dominated. So they got taken out with 0 points total. That's going to hurt big time. Meanwhile, Control actually taking really good control of their area. Dauntless is still alive as well. So, I mean, we're still going to see some big points on the board from these teams that desperately need it.
Yeah, and we're talking, that top 6 finish. Oh, no, Illusion. Kind of ratting it out. Wait, the shotgun plays. They're going to get both of them, I think.
Jump shot.
The S.
Illusion.
Oh, man. You don't see that every day, Jukes. Someone actually being able to get knocks from the truck bed here. You usually actually get stuck shooting over the lip, but the Panthers being able to pick up 2 extra freebies. They actually know where Blinky's at. No one else behind them, and this is looking like a pretty nice, solid top 5 finish for the Panthers because we're talking only 6 teams here. We're having a lot of solos in play and only 2 squads with a full 4-man left alive.
That was incredible, honestly. Beautiful play there from Illusion to be able to soak up those 2 points and get some extra placements for his team. And I'm pretty sure he's going to get another one here. As long as he stays in this truck, he should be okay. He's got 30 seconds left on the clock, so you will have to leave it. He knows it too, but doesn't want to leave until the absolute last second. But I think that truck right in front of him should be in play.
Yeah, he's got 5 smoke grenades in the backpack as well. Even if the next truck isn't, there's the boxes on that other side, just on the right when we were watching it. Blink, you still won't be able to have shots on it. But these teams are in that Camp Charlie side, Dauntless and Team Control. Going to have to start going elbow to elbow with each other. We might see a fight there. And I'm actually really liking the Golden Eagles spot. They know there's some people on the bridge, but I think they're going to start to figure out pretty quickly. There goes, unfortunately, the last player of Black Mambas, but they're going to figure out pretty quickly that the bridge isn't going to mess with us. We're going to have complete control of this whole water side, maybe even that ridge off to the right, being able to kind of tie down these other 2 remaining full squads.
Okay, I think Golden Eagles with their position here, should definitely win this one. Let's see how it ends up happening, though, between Control and Dauntless. If one of these teams leave this fight with their entire squad up, they're going to be doing pretty good. Robert's got the angles here. Dauntless does go for the play, gets the knock. He's going to actually jump through the window. He sees Robert. But gets shot in the back. Beautiful play, though, from Klaus. I mean, so aggressive by himself. Now the rest of the squad needs to come and finish him out.
Yeah, the problem is, though, is that street side is just too much of a gap to cross. Klaus is actually playing solo in the corner here, maybe playing that sort of rat spot, but Control being able to kind of sniff him out. He did get that 1v1 knock, but not getting the finish. Ultimately, letting Control get the reset, and the zone shift does happen. Both of these squads on the south side are going to have to move out directly into the Golden Eagles' eyes.
I'm going to say right now, if I think one team could win it, that's my Black Horse squad right now, it's going to be the Panthers. Illusion's position is disgusting right now. I know he's only one single player, but with how these fights could work out, we could see him do some shenanigans here. So let's see what happens as Dauntless is going to start pressing up. Here come the smokes out. And let's see what ends up happening. What do you think?
It kind of sucks because Salty, he's the one that had the UIs just now getting knocked virtually immediately. It also looks like Illusion was just found out getting knocked to zone. So I believe Dauntless doesn't even get the elimination point. Here we go as well. Another player. It's only Pain that was able to make it in, but hopefully Pain's kind of hoping that Control gets the focus. Golden Eagles doesn't move up, and unfortunately that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. He's going to have to fight it out for that top 2 placement here, Jukes.
Control, man. Control has been doing so well here. And legendary squad, Robert, Hayuya, Remix, Frady. These are no joke players here, guys. And they are making it happen in Sanhok. They completely ejected, I believe, SLR 8 eliminations so far. So now it's really Control's game to win at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, Golden Eagles just let them leave the compound in the open. Robert actually picking up the last Dauntless player. So now a 4v3 situation going on. Control having all the pressure now, keeping the utility around, getting a big knock from Remix. Now it's, I believe, just a solo player on the backside, and they're not even going to get one, Jukes. Control being able to leave the compound and secure themselves the first chicken dinner.
Too strong. So Control win the first game. in beautiful fashion. I mean, this wasn't an necessarily easy one for them at all. I mean, SLR had the position, they had to go and eject them, and they just pushed through and just ran over these squads.
Yeah. And I mean, Klaus himself is the main key factor for Dauntless, unfortunately not being able to secure it in the end game. But PB, I want to get your thoughts. What the heck happened to SLR? Was it control just being that much better, or did they maybe just fumble map one?
Well, SLR was hanging out in Camp Charlie, and they got tag teamed, my friend. It wasn't just one squad that took them down. They got sandwiched by the likes of Dauntless and Control there. So unfortunate for them, SLR goes out in game one with no eliminations. They'll pick up a 7th place, though. Good for 1 rank point. Really strong map, though, for a lot of the bottom half of the table in game number 1. You saw a lot of our top teams basically going out super early in this one. It looked like it was going to be a really strong start for a few teams, but then they got into it early, right? We saw Nemesis fighting and Taco Lovers getting into it. Reality going out. Lots of teams getting into things very early, it looked like, in Painan. So we take a peek at the replays here. Hot Jukes, what do you think of the opening of this game and so many teams getting into the action early on?
Ooh, I mean, that's so huge, right, for the rest of the people on the leaderboards here, because they needed this kind of game. They needed the top 3 to go out early, and we did see that, right? Taco Lovers started off so strong too, so they got those eliminations but couldn't get those placement points, BB. And we know, especially with this new point system, well, I mean, it's not new anymore, right? That it's just all about that perfect balance. You need to have eliminations and placement. So I mean, I think we're gonna definitely see the leaderboard shake up a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the Taco Lovers, and yes, they did go out early, but man, I would have liked to see Sheep here get this angle and have a shot at making that play, because that was a really nice setup, but unfortunately, the Panthers had their head on a swivel. They weren't going to get one pulled over on them that easily. The Panthers winning that fight, and then this was an interesting one here, because it was second party, third party, fourth party, fifth party. Got absolutely wild, and this fight drug on for quite some time, and I want to say Straight Outta Nepal, they were really strong in the early and mid game here. Super, super aggressive. And like you said, they just got a bit out of sorts. King getting finished off with the nade from Blinky here. I thought Straight Outta Nepal was destined for big things that game. It really looked like it early on. But unfortunately for them, it did not pan out. But they did put up some elim points, picking up 7 that game. So Straight Outta Nepal, not a bad showing, honestly. And I think that's what you got to look at here for some of these teams that did go out early. They got in and they got their points while they were on the map. You know, the likes of Taco Lover, Straight Outta Nepal, KR Esports, really pretty strong showings from a lot of these teams kind of opening up the map today. But there is the chicken dinner. Enigma, did you think Golden Eagles had it with that spot under the bridge? I felt like they had a pretty good spot here, and ultimately Control took it.
100%. I mean, they were the ones that got the initial knocks on Dauntless. Dauntless deciding to rotate into the zone, and they kind of just used all their resources on the 2-man, not focusing on Team Control. They were the ones actually in the horrible spot in my eyes, but Team Control using their utility, rotating around, recognizing this misplay, and ultimately getting that first place finish. We obviously see as well, they're the only team with double-digit eliminations. A lot of these teams here starting to spread out the eliminations, unlike yesterday.
You know, it's really interesting. You look at the gaps between the number 1 and everyone else here, right? There's, 11 points at least between them and everyone else. This is what the teams that are not in the top 3 need to do, and they need to do it multiple times. Control doing what they had to do to take care of business in game number 7 today. This is the first game of today. Let's see how this impacts the overall rankings, though. Control, strong day 2 performance to kick things off, and look at things starting to tighten up already.
Nice.
Super Lazy Reflex goes out with just 1 point here. They'll bump up to 75, but Nemesis didn't do anything to catch him, and really Titan Gaming didn't either. We're seeing things start to get a little tighter at the top. Taco Lovers closing the gap a little bit. Control definitely closing the gap, jumping up to 4th place. And Strangers BD is a team that has been quiet. They haven't done much flashy, but they're hanging around. Jukes, what do you make of the overalls?
Nice. That is what I'm talking about, baby. Because prior to this, right, there was a 22-point gap. Remember that? 22-point gap between 3rd and 4th place. It's gone down to 9, just like that. That's crazy. I mean, Team Control is no joke. Remix, right? He's been on Mizexis before. We got players from Dope, Extreme Slayers here now on this team. And they've showed right here now that they could get it done. And a big game like this is going to just do wonders for their confidence. So I'm expecting a lot from the squad here. And with only a 9-point difference, heck, Titan Gaming, all these other top teams need to start watching their back here and now.
They really do. You see Four Bros, Black Mamba still towards the bottom. And one thing I'm noticing every single game, Four Bros is fighting off the drop. Now, Enigma, I got to ask you, is this a strategy? You know, our team's targeting them at this point, thinking that they're easy kills or something like that. I don't really know what's going on, but it sure seems like off the drop, you've got Black Mamba and Four Bros fighting every single game. And I'm wondering if it's bad luck or if people are starting to sniff out like, okay, this is where these guys are dropping. We need to make up some ground. What's going on here?
I think it's more those teams aren't showing any signs of life. If you're looking at Nemesis, Titan Gaming, even ICU and the likes of them where they've played and have the experience for the last year or two, those teams are recognizing this team can't win a 4v4 against us. And virtually you think that with any sort of fight you take, but if you're really wanting to think of it, we know this team drops on this part of the map. No one's going to be around us. I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of the teams I named, maybe even other ones or those middle of the packs like Taco Lovers, start looking at Black Mamba, start looking at Three Sheeps Gaming and saying, let's take this 4v4. We're feeling it. That's 4 free eliminations for us. And if I'm one of those bottom teams, I'm really kind of checking my back because a lot of these teams now are really eyeing you and saying, hey, what are you doing here? We're needing you to show signs of life.
Absolutely. I feel like the first day there was probably 4, maybe 5 or 6, you could argue, teams that were showing those signs of life that you're talking about, really kind of getting it done on the leaderboards, top finishes, popping off for games and whatnot. And the interesting thing is I'm watching from the sidelines here in game number 1 is I'm watching for one of those teams to start taking the reins, right? Taking control of this tournament and putting themselves out front. And so, you know, we made calls. Our predictions were woefully wrong once again. We picked Nemesis. They finished in 14th that game. We'll take a peek at the maps here of what's coming up next. You're going to see that control, taking control of match 7 here on Sanhok. We turn our attention to Erangel coming up here shortly. But again, looking at the teams that did finish in the top of the rankings, you know, I was looking for the Taco Lovers. I was looking for Nemesis. I was looking for Titan Gaming, Strangers BD. They all kind of went out early. You saw Nemesis in 14th, ICU Gaming in 13th, Taco Lovers in 12th, Titan Gaming in 11th, Strangers BD in 10th. They're leaving the door open, Enigma. I mean, we're not seeing teams run away with it, and if they don't get it together in game 2 today, I'm going to be very interested to see kind of how things are starting to get tightened up in the rankings here. So, Enigma, give us your thoughts on Erangel. Who is going to perform well? Who do you think takes the win here, honestly?
I think, well, in terms of the win, that's kind of a hard one to say. But when it comes out of Sanhok, I'm looking at the teams that had those high elimination rounds already. They're warmed up. Erangel and Mize is all about that execution map because everyone knows what's going on. Miramar's all of that team map rotation. And we saw yesterday with the likes of Nemesis being able to cut the circle in half, which is crazy for me to even say from people lacking that sort of discipline. Coming into this match, though, my eyes are going to be on the likes of ICU, Dauntless, and even Team Control again of who kind of was winning those early game fights. Can they keep it throughout the whole match?
I like to pick. I've got some dark horses, you know, for this one. I'm going to save my predictions for last here, but Jukes, who do you think? Erangel, you know? I'm going to keep this one in the back pocket. I feel like I'll let my, you know, prediction for first, which ends up finishing in 14th place anyways, out of the bag early. But go ahead, Jukes. Who you got?
I mean, you got the swimmer right. We saw some water action off the rip, so that's 1 out of 2. We'll take that, right? I'll go with the Taco Lovers. Why not, right? I think they started off strong in the last game when it comes to aggression. I hope that they're kind of looking and just saying, all right, yeah, we got the eliminations. We know that we can make these plays, but we're going to need both, right? So I want to see them just kind of slow it down, be a little bit more decisive with the fights they want to take, right? There's nothing wrong with getting a few eliminations and then just leaving, right? Get to that end game, take those points, run with it, and be able to go ahead and get towards that end. So I'm gonna go with Taco Lovers. Let's see what they can do here. Why not?
I like to pick. I like to pick. I've got two teams in mind. I'm only going to go with one. Obviously, can't pick two. That's not fair. But Dauntless was impressive in that first game. And we also saw Straight Out and Nepal. Both of them, putting up numbers. I like Straight Out and Nepal to take this game on Erangel. And the big reason for that is they showed me in phase 1 last weekend that they've got that clutch game. Or clutch gene. They were in 10th place and ultimately jumped all the way to 3rd in a matter of a couple of games. I feel like they've got that clutch gene and they've already gotten the guns warmed up today. They were firing like crazy in game number 1. So let's see what they do on Erangel here. It is time for our second match of the day. We've got match 8 for Erangel. Take it away, boys.
Let's go. Here we go. Now we're going to go ahead and get into some Erangel action, the tried and true bread and butter of PUBG Mobile.
I like
Enigma, I know you're excited. Yep, I know you're excited, brother. So what are you thinking about coming into this one?
Well, the main thing is obviously going to be the playing path. It looks pretty decent in my eyes. Yesterday, we saw some pretty scary ones for the most part for some teams that were starting off on that northwest side, kind of splitting it all the way towards Milta Power. Unless you're that military-based team, virtually every spot's going to be reachable. And I'm looking at the likes of some of these teams that drop towards the middle. We saw some of these zones shift completely away from the playing path. And I think a lot of these teams are kind of struggling with even getting in to prime positions on the map. They're opting to take early game fights. And as much as I like seeing that, it's also like we're leaving half of this map open for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok is Sanhok. I think the one thing that North America just sucks at, to be honest, is the understanding of when to leave a fight.
Yeah.
Right. I noticed at the top level, like we saw some fights in the blue zone early on. Those rarely happen at the high end.
Yeah.
Because teams recognize that, you know what, it's a lose-lose if we fight this, right? They'll see them in two troublesome spots, but they'll just leave. They'll just both kind of look at each other and be like, what are we doing here? Let's get into zone, and once we get into zone, we'll fight. Why not?
Yeah.
Right? But fighting here now, we're going to be just in big trouble at the end of this, right? Yeah, even if we go and leave with all these eliminations, we're going to be so late to the circle, we're going to be taken out anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I want to see teams recognize that here, right? And it's so hard to play in these matches with teams that don't, because it just hamstrings you. It really does. Even if you're the top team in the world, if you have a team that's just really new to this or just not as experienced as others when it comes to just plays, then you're going to be stuck in the blue zone, not being able to move. And that's just going to kill your rotation timing.
Yeah, and that's a strategy for a lot of teams. I mean, way back in the ESL days, my team actually had that exact mindset when it came to rotating. We used to drop next to SSG on Sanhok, and we knew that team was more than comfortable doing that sort of handshake of, we're focusing our rotation. We don't want to get caught up with the other teams in the lobby that maybe aren't feeling the same way. Because if you do it in the first zone, I see it as it may be going decently for you. But after that, you're burning meds, you're burning all this precious time you need to get into the zone. And right now, I mean, in terms of time, Bren's kind of on the back foot right now. We're looking at a 1v3 situation against Team Control of all teams, who just had a dominant performance. Freebie point for Robert. It seems like great 1v1 win for him.
Man, Team Control doing exactly what they need to. And guess what? They know who they're going against. Yeah. They now realize this is Titan. This is the team that we're trying to pass up into that top 3. It's time to go hunt it, baby.
Yeah, and it looks like Remix has a read of where the rest of the members are. When you have a vehicle, you start kind of just going up one by one, but Frady messing up the driving right now for the squad. Hopefully there will be some sort of action, but another one from downtown. I mean, Team Control, they had this in the bag, and now it's kind of fumbling a bit, Jukes.
That was not just kind of. That's a big fumble right there. Just that one little messed up play, and now Team Control are just losing control of this. It is just Hayuya up. He's going to try to get Frady and maybe run away from this. But, oh, man, what a screw-up, to be honest, right there. Just one little mistake, and now you're in big trouble.
Yeah, now we're seeing inactive. He has a buggy himself, not letting any time go to waste for the squad, trying to get that sort of scouting potential. Titan does know that the reset happened, but Grow already having that prime position off to the side. It's only going to be a matter of time until Control really starts getting constricted on this hillside.
Oh, let's see what happens. Yeah, there goes Robert. Done. So inactive, just getting that intel. He's going to go ahead and find these other 2 players in Control as well. So Hayuya and Frady are going to have to make a crazy play. Yeah, Crow knows exactly where they are. Yep, here come the shots. Oh, and he did get it a piece. Inactive's going to be coming in from the backside now. Yep, and just like that, Titan Gaming, they lose a player, they lose Rin off the rip. That hurts really bad. But at the same time, 4 eliminations, not a bad trade.
Yeah, and I think and
the box is getting shot.
I mean, I can't really blame him because Control makes an amazing play to the start. They isolate Rin, taking that not even a 1v1, a 1v3. But then afterwards, just getting sloppy. We're driving cars into brick walls, Jukes. We're having people lose the 1v1 situations after. Titan Gaming being able to expose those weaknesses, those errors. I guess you could say there's nothing else in terms of sugarcoating it. That Control left up for grabs.
I will say, I got to give props to Crow, right? I can't say it was a pure mistake, right? Because Crow was the one who made those shots onto that vehicle coming on in, right?
Yeah.
And that just kind of made that player hesitate just for a second, and that vehicle just slid into that antenna. Yeah, and, you know, that's all it takes. It's just one little mistake, and boom, things can turn around at this high level. So it's good to see Titan Gaming go from what it looked like, right, to be in just super deep trouble, and just one little play turn things around for them.
Well, that's the squad you want, you know, representing North America. Someone where even if they're on the back foot, they're able to kind of put the position in their favor if they make the right decisions. And it's literally like you said just now earlier with PB. It's all about those micro decisions your team makes. It's all individual plays that seamlessly line up together for you to actually be able to compete at the highest level. And for the most part, we're seeing that in signs of life of certain games, maybe certain maps, but we're wanting to see it throughout, especially now before you reach Americas.
Yes, sir, indeed. I want to see a team just dominate this lobby. I'm not even lying. Like, I want to see a team just looks like the rest of the rest of the lobby is just like brand new, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's what we need to see here. Because I guarantee you, if a team like Alpha 7 or something were in this lobby, they would be running with this, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we want to see it. And there's so much potential. Like, you know, SLR, I got a little frustrated after watching that last game because I like their position. I always said that SLR was like a little mini and hyper.
Yeah.
Right? When it comes to their like decision making, rotations, they're so on point. They always put themselves in a great spot in the map, but they just didn't have the fighting ability. So then all of a sudden, I'm like, all right, I see kindness. I see Koi come in, and I'm like, oh, now they got that fighting ability. But we'll get back to that here in a second as we're watching ICU start to press up on into this. Zuko trying to get another knock here. He's going to go on in FVP. Jump shots. Now he gets the spot. Beautiful knocks there. ICU with a beautiful squad wipe.
Yeah, and that's on Black Mamba. I believe they actually both kind of go elbow to elbow, and Yaz Naya, ICU Gaming, be able to kind of flush them to this uphill compound, getting 4 freebies, I guess you could say. And this is the squad that I was eyeballing yesterday. After the first 2 or 3 games, they just fumbled it. They fell apart. And another team, though, that we eyed with the first game was SLR, actually getting some nice shots onto them, onto the Taco Lovers of all teams. This is just northwest of Farm Jukes, and these teams right now, they're battling it out.
Yeah, Koi's gonna get finished right here, so it's just kindness on top of that roof. And like I was saying, you know, when it comes to kindness and Koi, these guys are no joke. Thursday though, knocking himself. That's not gonna hurt. Let's see what happens here, as the rest of SLR need to start coming in and making something happen.
Yeah, I mean, Wozon just pulled up on the outside of the compound. We actually see kindness drop, but misses the pump shotgun. The auto versus the shotty. You gotta hit those shot Jukes, and unfortunately for SLR, getting traded afterwards, it's now, I believe, a 2v4 situation. Really a 2v3 after the reset. I'm going to need to start seeing some of these nades connect.
Yes, indeed. These nades have to connect quickly. You can see Sheep just kind of throwing out some nades right now, just trying to get himself a little bit of breathing room. Let's see if he's able to hit one, though. Oh, he does make one outside that door, but doesn't connect to anything. So Taco Lovers, big chillin'. They want to get this res on a 24K. Sheep does go ahead and get on the roof. Great idea here. Man. Yeah, great idea. Oh, but look at that in the feed, though. 4 bros going up against ICU. That's another big fight.
Yeah, and ICU, I mean, they've been farming the eliminations, but right now it looks like Quozon's just going to get naded out. It's actually going to be White Eulogy getting focused, and now it's just the solo. They do get a return knock, but unless Sheep loses this 1v1, actually focusing the Thirst first. Teammate comes around the corner. Cleans it up, Jukes. All 4 players left alive of the Taco Lovers, which I love to see. But SLR, unfortunately, 2 games in a row, it seems, going out early.
They got to win those fights. They have to win those fights. I mean, SLR, they have the talent on the roster, but there just seems to be like just simple mistakes that are just crushing them. So hopefully they're able to turn things around. And you know, the one thing that I always said, that when it comes to SLR, these names, right, they're so big. We know Kindness and Koi have what it takes, but the thing that has cursed Kindness and Koi, right, is that clutch factor. That is something that they just cannot get a hold of when it comes to that last game, you know, or a game where they need those 10 points or something like that. They always fall off, or something happens and they're not able to make that mark, and it's just cursed them for so long. So to see them lose fights like this, you know, and start 2 games off the rip with just a goose egg, it just doesn't bring me confidence.
I mean, it's just a sour taste in the mouth as well for him, because Dave and I have talked about it a lot yesterday. When you get eliminated early on in these matches, you're waiting 30 minutes. You're sitting there with your thoughts of that one decision, and we're talking 18 games. It's not like you're in that month-long LAN event just yet. You have to qualify to get there. You only get 18 games, 18 lives, I guess you'd say, in terms of you leaving a mark and being able to move on to the next stage. And I think some of these teams maybe haven't really put that mindset into their head until it reaches the second day, until it reaches even the third day. You need to have the mindset from game one of, we need to be top 3, and we need to make sure that it's convincing for us.
Yes, sir, indeed. That's exactly what you need here. As we look at now, oh, the Taco Lovers now got their work cut out for them, because Dauntless has them in their sights. There's Klaus after that knock, deciding what to do. This is an interesting one right here. They don't have to take this fight. They don't have to, right? So they get to see them just kind of using that information, just trying to figure it out. Maybe if they get a secondary knock, they'll make something happen.
Yeah, the main thing for me as well is when you take these early game fights during that fight with, I guess you could say, SLR and stuff. Wait a second. Wait, ICU's against Nemesis right now in the full send. Looks like a 1-for-2 trade right now. Juke Swancho in the front line, not getting thirsted just yet. Zuko's trying to give the support.
Zuko, let's see what he can do. ICU started off so strong with 9 eliminations. Now he's looking for some more angles. Let's see what happens as they're starting to press on the Nemesis. You can hear that vehicle. Zuko just pressing hard. Oh, finds the spot and gets the finish. ICU, 12 eliminations. These guys are starting off strong.
Yeah, back to back to back 4v4 fights. They win without losing a single player. And the last one being the Nemesis squad. I'll give props for the early Black Mamba fight before it got too late into the zone. Same with Four Bros, but Nemesis, it looked like taking the fight to him, losing it in the end. ICU, the team that struggled game one kind of after that first fight, being able to keep the pieces together and string those team fights one after another.
Let's see what happens here. Is Dauntless now. Taco Thursday taking down Klaus. That's a huge loss for them there. So Dauntless down to 2 players over here by Farm. Gonna have to figure something out. Now let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other squads right now. You know, I'm looking at the map. Right now we're seeing Straight Out of Nepal. They're dead center of this, so they're in a really good position.
Yeah.
Anybody else stand out to you?
Well, for the most part, I'm really just looking at Dauntless, though, because they had a spot and zone in the center, and I think they just tried to bite off more they can chew, rotated to the middle, now being down to a solo. But Strangers BD, I guess we could look at right now, full 4-man squad, actually picking up 2 little freebie eliminations on the edge. And the tough part about Farm is where exactly it shifts. This whole part of the map has specific compounds that become power positions depending on how the zone is. All of these teams are going to have to start deciding now whether they want to fight for those and chance the zone, or if they're going to look for those eliminations on the edge of play.
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's take a look here. Now we're starting to see KR get into it. And let's see what happens. That's going to be against the 3 Little Sheep Gaming. Kane.
Oh, come on. They're not little. They're not little Jukes. Come on.
Are you sure?
They're
Are you sure? They're not in top 3.
Right now. Yeah.
They're not in top 3. Once they hit top 3, then they're going to be some big sheep. Right now, little sheep.
Little sheep. Okay. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
Let's see what happens. See what happens here. Payne looking up to the sky, making sure everything's okay. Let's see here. Reality, man. Reality. They got a reality check in that last game, didn't they? I mean, they should have left that fight, but they stayed too long, and Taco Lovers punished them for it. So I want to see them realize that, hey, you know what? Take the money and run sometimes. Get some eliminations. Prioritize circle. And they're not in a terrible spot here, but this zone is about to pop. So let's see where it is. Where is it going to go? Where is it going to go? Will it center up? A little bit to the south.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, Reality's chilling and basically dead center of the map. We are seeing, of course, Golden Eagles. They do have a player stranded, but these kind of shacks on the edge of play here outside of the warehouse are actually pretty playable for the most part. You see the door is facing towards reality. So let's say Titan Gaming, for say, pulls up onto the Golden Eagle solo here. He's actually able to kind of stay inside and get protection from other teams. We'll have to see if it stays in zone in the next stage 4, 5, or 6. But the teams right now, there's not a lot of real estate, and there's still a lot of heads in play.
Oh, yes, there is. Reality are chilling pretty much dead central here, right above farm, holding this warehouse down. So they're not moving a muscle from here. They don't got to, but we still got quite a few teams that need to make the move. We're talking about the Panthers. ICU are now making their move on in, and they're going to find these couple buildings here on the north side for free.
Wow.
So, wow, that's crazy, especially this late. These other teams did not move there. And I'll tell you what, rotations like this are not going to happen in the next event here, Enigma. So I think if you're ICU, you just got to take that and just smile and then move on with it.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're smiling, though, because I just saw it right now, Jukes. Valak getting knocked and thirsted from all the way across the road to the east, from straight out on Nepal. So I don't know if he was parking it in the wrong spot or maybe just got beamed driving up. But from a mini, for say, I think he just kind of got lackadaisical. This compound as well, when you said it being completely free, I mean, we see it on the map stream. 4 people up to the left, kind of just out of zone. This spawn is almost never free. I can tell you right now.
Yeah,
so I see
never
they get
free.
a blessing, but still kind of just lose that player. And this is it right here. I mean, full beam out. It looks like he just got headshotted from straight out on the fall. Not sure how he lost so much HP leading up to that, but awesome shots to say the least.
Hey, way to go, observers there, being able to see it, let us see exactly what happened there to Valak on that rotation. Just, I mean, it was kind of hard because he has to go down that way. If he goes a little bit further to the right, he's dealing with KR and these other teams. So that was the rotation, but getting busted out definitely hurts there. So I don't really talk about enough, right? How vehicle spacing on rotations is so important.
Oh,
Enigma. You know about it, right? I know you know about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the main part is, obviously you have your one scout. I don't know if he was the one in that instance. He did a loop around and said, yeah, crash for me real quick. Because it looked like in that clip, Valak was going pretty slow. He should have had a lot more speed, which obviously makes it a lot harder for us to be able to land those shots. Maybe he was hitting a U-turn, seeing KR to the west. But a little bit of an unfortunate loss for the squad. They still will have a power position, most eliminations in the lobby right now. And for the most part, a lot of these teams kind of just chilling, waiting to see where that next zone shifts.
Yeah, let's see exactly where is it going to go. Still, I mean, there's 11 teams remaining, so we saw quite a few squads go out early here.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, wow. Nice there, nade there onto the Panthers. We're going to watch straight out onto Paul, start on the push. Let's see what Poppy 3-Stick can do. Poppy 3-Stick getting DB or S12K'd right in the beak. That's going to hurt. So straight out onto Paul. These guys are working it from this side of the map.
I'm not sure if he just got a 4-piece. He at least got 3 of them in that building alone on the full send, but Freaky absolutely just demolishing with the S12. You'd picture it with DBS, but a shotgun's a shotgun in the right hands, and if you're just one tapping heads, it'll make it happen. And that zone shift, Titan Gaming is loving their position right now, but a lot of these teams on that north side, on that west side, really going to struggle getting into this next zone.
Yup, straight out into Paul. We're looking at ICU, and now they got to start heading on south. So let's see what they're going to do. Gonna take some shots at this rock. That's kind of willy-nilly right there. They're gonna start moving. Oh, meanwhile, run over. ICU on the push. Push it hard onto reality. Zuko up front. He is knocked. We can see the rest of reality got those nades in hands. Let's see what can happen here. Is Quancho. Oh, gonna have to make a play. That nade's gonna get him. Yep. Oh, that hurt bad. He gets one knock. Can he get the second? Can't do it. Pain. Taking him out. Bold play from ICU, but that is the one they needed to make.
Yeah, and the scary thing was just, it's Juancho in a 1v2. We could picture him maybe winning that, but the nade doing too much damage. I believe it was nade as well before even reaching the inside of the compound. A Golden Eagles player beaming him out of the vehicle. So ICU forcing themselves. We need to take this fight in the warehouse. We know it's maybe 3 players max. Unfortunately, losing the players right on the pull-up. You hate to see it. Juancho did get 1, but unfortunately not getting that elimination point. 12 to their name, though. Still pretty decent in my eyes.
The legendary Juancho. The man sent me a text before today asking me how many eliminations should I get today. How many eliminations per game? And I said, bro, at this point, just give me 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just give me just a little 2-piece. That's all I want to see, So let's see if he could do it. Right now, he already lost. So that hurts, right? That hurts to see. But hopefully, we can see them make it happen back. Actually, no, I don't think he did because ICU's got 12 eliminations so far. So, yeah, they definitely are rocking. Actually, no, Juancho just has one. So
falling short.
Come on,
That's
come
a
on,
scolding
Juancho.
for later. That's a scolding for later.
For sure, for sure. Gonna have to send him the frowny face. But you know what? Smiley faces coming out from Taco Lovers and well, actually, straight out of Nepal are making that rotation on South. So far, they have everybody up, but I'm gonna be surprised if they even make it in here. Oh, actually, Wolf with a nice knock there on the KR. That's gonna be huge.
Yeah, I think that was actually a full wipe on a KR Esports, so we're now down to just 7 teams left in the lobby. We are closing in on stage 5 towards stage 6, and we can see it with the battle tracker on the right. A lot of these teams keeping 3 to 4 players. It's not a lot of solos like we had seen in the previous day and the previous matches. A lot of these teams gonna have to start figuring out what they want to do. This next zone's either going to the warehouse in my eyes, or it's going completely away from them, either to the east or the south. You're going to have to start making moves.
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's see what kind of moves are going to happen here. Is Golden Eagles holding down the shack. Oh, yeah, straight on the Paul. We're able to make it in the zone. They find this dip. This is actually a beautiful spot. I'm surprised that this was wide open. Titan Gaming, we're holding down those shacks, but don't prioritize central location. Crow going to have to get this knock on to Frankie here. Can he do it? No, some return shots. Yeah, are going to make it tough for him. So Titan Gaming, 4 eliminations. They know they. Oh wow, yeah. Look at that. Golden Eagles now starting to apply some pressure onto them.
That was the player solo isolated in the shack. He had his vehicle basically blown up on the pull up. So actually being able to pick up, I believe, a thirst on a straight on a Paul. Maybe not just yet, but I think Titan Gaming recognizes that there's no more Overwatch on that northern side of the road. They're starting to kind of spread out. Still watching their back a bit, but look at this, completely huddled up on all the vehicles. I'm waiting for one nade timer to show up, Juice.
Yep.
To get all 4 of them. A little bit of a 4-piece with one nade.
That would be crazy to see. We're going to see Rideau get knocked there. That's going to be tough. That's from Strangers BD, and I think straight out of Paul maybe have seen that. Maybe they saw that player get knocked, because now they're starting to apply that pressure. They know that they need to start taking control of the circle, especially with that shift. Now that zone is going to start closing. We're going to see teams get eliminated like crazy. Only 7 still remaining. Strangers BD are trying to make it out of their position. Meanwhile, straight out of Paul just dominating right now.
Yeah, as long as Titan Gaming doesn't apply pressure to straight out of Paul, I think they could just free farm everyone on this western side. They're putting shots down onto reality. They're seeing some of the Golden Eagle players go down, and they do have someone now watching that solo player, the thorn in their side, and look at the map. He's not even in zone. They know that's a free point as long as none of them lose the 1v1. A lot of these teams are going to start dropping like flies, and we see already Taco Lovers, Dauntless, and Reality all down to solos. We see the knock as well through the smoke, and it's just like you said, Chooks, all of these teams are suffering from the pressure.
Oh, Wolf OP. Wolf OP. What a beautiful shot there. And yeah, straight on the Paul. I'm surprised that they were able to find this location so easily coming down from that south side, because this is one heck of a spot here. So I want to see teams like Titan Gaming recognize that, yeah, we're safe in these, these blues right now, but it's not the best spot, right? Move to those dominant positions. Sometimes it's worth the risk, as we're going to see, the runovers. They say, you know what? We'll take it from you. No problem. As we're going to see another nade come out. Frankie's in big trouble. He's got to watch out with this one. It does piece him up a little bit. Can Frankie get the nade in return? He hits behind the tree, but that is not where he is. Man, Titan Gaming really need to start taking advantage of this. Oh, what a nade from Frankie. Nails him.
Saving grace for the squad, because Titan Gaming is such a force when they do these 2-man plays. Inactive now being the one caught out. It's just down to Crow trying to hold off Strangers BD, and straight on to Paul. They've had this power position. They've had all the pressure being applied to them, and now they're saying, we remember which teams were shooting us. We're going to start focusing you guys now, and they are stacking the eliminations.
See, Titan Gaming need to realize that these splits do not work as you get into the higher levels. I mean, it is just over with. Certain times, mid-game, early game, if you're trying to control a little bit of an area, okay. But towards the end, you got to send the full squad. And because of that mistake, Titan Gaming now looking terrible in this position. Meanwhile, straight on Nepal, they did lose 1 player, but 10 eliminations and a dominant spot. These guys are a problem.
Yeah, and look at this. I think a lot of that with Titan Gaming was this Stranger BD split. We have a solo completely underneath Titan Gaming. They're worried about pushing him from straight out of Nepal, being able to just be a complete thorn in these players' side. This is looking like a complete repeat of yesterday with Nemesis on Miramar. They have complete control of half the map, and look at that Crow, not even being able to stay alive, going out in 4th place. We're down to just the top 3 teams here, Jukes. And in my eyes, I'm looking still at Strangers BD taking this one.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what they're going to do here. They have their entire squad up, and they're looking down the eyes of straight out of Nepal. But it's going to be really dependent on where this next circle is going to go. We only have one more shift. So let's see what happens here. Golden Eagles, man, these guys were holding that shack for so long.
Yeah.
And they've held on here into the top 3.
Yeah, they held out Reality, who's at the warehouse, being able to hold those, I guess, 2-story buildings just outside, slowly inching their way in. Now it's straight on Nepal, kind of getting turtled up on their vehicles and stuff like that. And Strangers BD, they're still trying to apply more pressure. They're having players get on roofs. They're making sure every angle is cleared. No rock is left unturned for their elimination points.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll tell you what. Don't count out straight out on Nepal yet, because these guys have proven multiple times that they can get out of just like a crazy bind.
Yeah.
With one good nade, one shot in particular. So Strangers BD can't just split their resources. They need to focus right there. And look at that. I'm telling you, you got to worry about this squad here.
Yeah, and look at that. That's the player completely out of zone, being knocked while zone is shifting inward. Now Golden Eagles, they're the team being focused down. Blue zone just to their backside. And at this point, do you even give the elimination point to the squad, or do you try to make it in for that 2nd place finish?
We're going to start seeing those tab shots. Yeah, I think at this point, Golden Eagles just deny the point. Meanwhile, Strangers BD, what are you doing? Taking a lot of time here to put them into that vehicle. Okay, now they're going to start moving up into zone. Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll take it.
They got him up at least. Thankfully, he wasn't thirsty, because now we're bringing this back to a 4v3 situation. Unfortunately, though, with the vehicle being seen, I'm hoping Straight on Nepal recognizes this. It looks like they do, starting to take up the other part of the hill. It centers up. It's all a matter now of who kind of see who's first and who's able to get those knocks when it matters most.
Well, that's the last zone right there. So we'll see where this one's going to go down to, as Strangers BD now are on the snake play. C. Matana needs to really be careful here. He doesn't want to give up his location just yet. Does he spot Frankie? No, he actually stands up. He gets the knock. So he does get the knock. He's going to go for the thirst. So very surprising there. Now let's see if he spots Frankie. Frankie's actually going to spot him. So a 1v1 trade there. But we'll see what happens. And now Strangers BD with that knock are going to be in a huge advantage. It's down to the last player out of straight out of Nepal. But Strangers BD, you can see that he's got the MG3 in hand. WD double N is going to have to make something happen.
Yeah, and the big thing, too, is you have the car point of view and stuff like that. Does get the 1v1 first, though. 1v2 situation. M7 is one of the right guns for it. A bit of tags going down, but Voltek's actually forcing the 1v1.
If he gets this! Oh, my gosh!
Big nade! Not doing any damage. We're down to just a 1v1 right now. Looking to play a little bit of dodgeball right now. It's a matter of who kind of lands who, both throwing it out. And if I'm WDN, I'm wanting to see him almost maybe go for a reset on the heel here. You know where the player's at. The problem is both of them are out of zone, Jukes.
What is Maury going to do? Is he going to try to actually go back to that player? Oh, the blue zone is pushing is going to hurt big time. He's going to have to run out of the open. He's going to have to make a play here. And who won it? Wait, okay, yeah, all right. It is going to be Strangers BD winning that one. What a finish.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I think it was like you noted, the MG was the reason why he won that 1v1 in the end, because they were both 1 HP. The 3 gear with that crate weapon being able to be the deciding factor, but you got to give props, of course, to Straight on Nepal. The 1v3 getting 2 more elimination points, securing the 2nd place. It's something we all love to see. And Powerbank, I know especially you've been waiting for Straight on Nepal to have some sort of performance like this. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling sad because I picked them to win, and they were this close, man. Came down to the 1v1. And the blue zone, as soon as it started pushing them, I'm like, He's not. He doesn't got it, man. It's Papa Blue and the enemy working against him. But man, what a valiant effort from Straight Out and Nepal. They won multiple fights right there. And honestly, when they took it away from Titan Gaming and they had that clutch nade to kind of overcome that adversity, I was like, you know what? I think they got a shot here. You know, they started out quiet, 0 elims through the first half of the game, and then they started picking up that momentum. But guys, we can't count out Strangers BD again. Quietly winning the game. I mean, you know, Straight Out and Nepal was the headliner there, but Strangers BD picking up the W, and consistency has been the key for them. They've been on top now for one game, and they've been in the top 5 numerous times now. So Strangers BD, one to keep our eye on. Jukes, this was an interesting turn of events early on. You saw Robert pick up the kill for Control there, but the tables were turned super fast, and Titan Gaming was able to turn things around.
Yeah, I think Control just got a little extra hungry there because they realized it was Titan Gaming after getting that early thirst. So, you know, they wanted to take them out because they're the team that they need to pass on the leaderboards. And so they rushed it just a little too fast. We saw one of the players get shot out of their vehicle, and then it just turned around. So a beautiful play from Control off the start. But man, ICU, you got to give them some props too. These guys fragged out in this one.
You know, I feel like there's going to be a tightening again on the standings, right? Because we saw teams like SLR not show up again, you know, so their clutch on first place has got to be in jeopardy at this point. And then you look at teams like ICU, which they were on pace for a 30 bomb this game. Let's be real.
Yeah.
They completely took out 3 out of the first 5 squads that were eliminated from this game. It was ICU that was the one doing the damage there. And one thing that I noticed was they took out 4 bros and they took out Black Mamba. So I'm wondering if ICU is doing a bit of hunting, as we kind of alluded to before the game, and padding those stats. I think it's working out really well in their favor after they picked up 12 elims that game. Enigma, I don't know if you caught where those things happened or if it was just coincidence, but Nemesis, Black Mamba, and 4 bros all taken down by ICU Gaming.
Yeah, a lot of that was just on that northeastern side out of zone. I believe the Black Mamba, the first squad wipe, was in Yas 9. The rest of them going down at that clip we just saw, that Nemesis compound. A lot of them kind of just getting lackluster, I think, pushing Juancho and stuff like that, giving them the freebie knock openings. But we can see it right now. The match rankings, obviously.
Look at the right side.
It's a bit rough. We have 13 total points, and 12 of them are to ICU. But the top side here, of course, is something a lot of these teams in the top 3 weren't expecting.
You know, I got to give a shout to Golden Eagles. That's the second game in a row they've come up with the top 3. And that is the start that they needed. Again, remember, they started this towards the end of the day yesterday. They were non-existent for the first 4 or 5 games. And then in the last 2, hey, they started to show up a bit. Golden Eagles starting to build a bit of momentum. Titan Gaming doing just enough. That might have them back towards the top here. They got 9, and the teams above them in Nemesis and SLR picking up a goose egg here. So let's see how this affected the overall rankings. Did ICU close the gap? Did Titan get back on top? And they sure did. We got a new leader once again. It is Titan Gaming hopping back on top of the overall rankings. But again, as we kind of predicted, it's getting tight. We had a 22-point gap to start the day, but look at how many teams are within 20 now of that first or that third place team in Nemesis right now. They're holding them off. Jukes, what do you make of the overalls?
Okay, I'm going to be real, right? I want to be super harsh right here because we need to see an NA team actually make it to the big show, right? So Titan Gaming, I'm going to say right now, I'm not impressed. And the reason why I'm saying that is, yes, they are in first place, but it was very fortunate for them, right? Control should have had them, right? I think if they were at a higher level, Titan Gaming would have got taken out 100% by a different team, right? So I think that Titan Gaming is in first place right now due to the mistakes of other teams. SLR putting up 2 goose eggs, things like that. These are not things you really can depend on. So I want to see more dominance from Titan Gaming as we reach the second half of this tournament.
I kind of agree, Jukes. You know, they haven't been overly dominant, especially today. It was a decent showing, right? They're on top of the tables for a reason. But again, if you're losing a man early on like that, you know, getting pulled up on and you're not able to get out of there, you shouldn't be winning a 3v4 to follow that up, right? And somehow able to worm your way out of that situation, as Mustache Dave would like to say. But ultimately, that is what happened. They are back on top of the tables. I would love to talk about Taco Lovers and ICU Gaming for just a moment. Both of those teams are absolutely crushing crushing it. They need to step up the rank, though. They have the elims in the bag, but no ranks. So we'll see if they can do that in game number 3. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. Make sure you guys keep it locked right here. We'll be back for game 3 in just a moment. won game 1, or I guess game 7 and game 8 did not disappoint. We had some banging action both on Sanhok and on Erangel. And if you like the Erangel action, we're going to do that again, right? We've got a few more times to run that map back. I'm very excited for that. We've done the Sanhok jungle battle with Control coming out on top and Strangers BD edging out straight out of Nepal here in our first Erangel battle of the day. Match 9 and 10 coming up right now, both on Erangel. So we're going to see that action. Once again, Jukes, talk to me a little bit about what you expect on this next version of Erangel.
I want to see teams stop doing some of these crazy splits. It's so frustrating to watch at this level because, I mean, we need to see teams work together and just make it happen, right? One of the big things I saw was like Titan Gaming towards the end, right? When they got that knock on straight out of Nepal with that run over, they should have just sent the whole squad. If they would have sent the whole squad, took out that team, then they would have had that whole area to themselves. But instead, you see them trying to say like, oh, okay, we'll hold this side, me and 2 players. At the highest level, you can't split like that. 2v4 against those teams is just not going to work out. So I want to see them group up and just play together.
Yeah, they liked those shacks that they were holding on to, right? They were in those greens, holding down those houses, trying to hold off Strangers BD as they were making their approach. Jukes, I feel like you're hating a little bit. I feel like you're hating on Titan. Is that what's going on here? Are you a Titan hater?
Dude, I'm an NA hater right now, and because I want to see them grow. I want to see NA make it in the big show more than anybody. My heart is soaring. So when I see these little mistakes, and when, like, for example, when I was talking about Titan early on, I am looking at them as though we're seeing teams like Team Reject, some of these top squads going against them. I'm like, no, if they would have gotten that knock, they're out 100%, right? So I want to see some of those little tweaks get, tightened up here because I want to look at a team in this upcoming tournament and be like, yeah, NA's coming back, baby.
Absolutely. I would love to see the overall standings one more time because I got a question for Enigma here. Basically, if we look at the overalls and we focus in on one team, and that team is ICU Gaming, I got to point out that they are destroying the lobby when it comes to elims. Would you look at them right now? 42 elims. That's good enough to hang with the big boys in the top 3. What is going on with the single-digit rank points, Enigma?
I mean, I think a lot of this comes down, they're losing these single players one by one in that zone 3 to 4 range. We saw Valak get eliminated just in the vehicle alone coming downhill. You never really expect that as a competitive player. Maybe it's a little more lackadaisical as a squad and stuff like that. But if we're looking at yesterday, hopefully you did their VOD review. When I talked with them this morning, they had told me, yeah, we feel like we're still losing players one by one early on. Why is that still a thing here? The first 2 games, we're seeing them get picked off. This next game, though, you had talked to me about them focusing those lower end leaderboard squads like Black Mamba, like 4 Bros, then taking their eyes to Nemesis. This squad itself is fine taking the fights. My only question is, can you at least convert it to late game positioning? We're getting 1-2 placement points on a day. That's a no-go in my eyes.
Yeah, it really is. I was looking at them. I don't know. 5 teams were eliminated, right? There was still 11 up in the lobby, and I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are gonna get a 30 bomb. They already have 12 elim points, and we're just getting started. And then the next thing you know, they're out of the lobby. So ICU, I think, man, they've shown some potential, but they gotta tie it together and ultimately chip away at those rank points because, again, that's the difference right now between them not going to Brazil and punching their ticket. Jukes?
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? I think it comes down to that, Valak on that rotation getting taken out hurt big time. I think they had all 4 up going against that fight into that warehouse against Reality. I think they would have had a good chance at it. But, it's just those little decisions, little mistakes that can crush you towards the end game. So, I think that ICU have shown early game that they're very, very strong. But at a certain point, they got to flip their switch and say, okay, all right, this is no longer early game. We're in zone 4, zone 5. Let's tighten things up, right? Play it safe. And let's get to that end game and finish strong.
Jukes, I don't know if you could blame it all on Valak, man. I think his tranny's stuck, I feel like he was stuck in first gear. A car just wasn't responding properly. It's got to be something like that. He was taking an awfully slow joyride, though, on the top of that ridge. especially with two squads there. It wasn't just straight out on a paw looking at him from distance. There was a squad in that compound that he was next to as well. But I gotta wonder, there's three teams right now that are within 11 to 13 points out of the cut right now. In fourth place, we have Team Control. They're just 11 points back. And then in fifth and sixth place, we've got Taco Lovers and Strangers BD that are tied up right now. Of those three teams, Enigma, which one are you looking at to potentially sneak into the top three, or do you think any of them have a chance?
Well, I think all of them definitely have a chance. They're putting up more ranked points and eliminations than ICU right now, it seems. But in terms of those three you named, I'm looking at Taco Lovers. They started off strong with that map one, just like they did yesterday. Getting those eliminations obviously wasn't the win and stuff like that. But that squad themselves have proven to me, at least, that they're at least picking up those early game eliminations, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just a matter of having those pop-off performances like the Titan Gamings have, like Nemesis have had. All these teams have it in their wheelhouse to do that sort of thing. You need to make sure you do it in these 18 games.
I think you're right. That's one of the things that I look at for, if I'm picking a team to move on from the region, they've got to have that dominant gene, right? Where you can just come out and drop 15 elims, 20 elims in a map, because ultimately those are the performances that propel you so far up the leaderboards, help you close the gap if you're behind, and help you secure that margin of victory if you are out in front. Right now, the Titan Gaming squad has been able to do that. We've got Nemesis has been able to do that. ICU Gaming has been able to do that. So they're a bit of a wild card for me right now. And then you also have the Taco Lovers. Those are the squads right now that are really throwing down the big elim numbers. SLR has been more consistent than anything. And then you also take a peek at Strangers BD. They have also been a model of consistency. They just haven't been able to string together the wins up until this last game. So Strangers BD starting to make a bit of a name for themselves as well. For me, they're a bit of a dark horse right now because ultimately they've spent probably more time than anybody near the top of the tables and just now getting a taste of their first chicken dinner. I like Strangers BD coming out for the win in this next one, actually. I would love to.
Wow.
I'll lead the predictions here. I'm going to go Strangers BD back to back, building on that momentum. Jukes, coming to you, my friend. Give me a prediction here. What are we gonna see in game number 9?
You know what? I got to give ICU a shot here. I like the way they started out. At the same time, when it came toward that end zone and they got that free position, it kind of made me a little bit nervous because I know that spot shouldn't have been open, but they got it anyway. I think that after that dominant just eliminations, they're going to come into this game just a little bit more confident, strong, and really want to get that chicken dinner to kind of get back because I think they had that last one.
It's a fair choice. We'll see if ICU can piece it together, man. I've been rooting for them. I like the players that they have on the squad. I think they're talented. Might be a little bit new. They're still starting to gel a little bit, but they got the skills, bro. They're climbing up the elims and they're within striking distance. So Enigma, coming to you. Predictions, game number 9. Who's it going to be?
Well, what I'm looking at right now, shout out to production, of course, for getting me the stats, but Nemesis looking for their first point today. After those 2 games, dropping basically goose eggs on the first 2. So I'm putting the spotlight on them. I'm wanting Nemesis not to wait till Miramars to get their points up. I'm wanting them to start now so they can finish the day strong and get up into that top 3 and potentially even that first place spot. Because right now, they're looking like a dead fish in the water.
A dead fish in the water. That gives me a striking visual, I must say. Another team that, I'm saying there's a floater out there, you know what I mean? And it's Nemesis. Anyway, we're going to be hopefully keeping an eye on them to do well in game number 9 today. It's our 3rd of the day. Remember, guys, the top 3 from this weekend's action will be moving on to join the others who have already qualified for PMSL Americas. That's happening May 22nd through May 22nd through June 16th, all the way down in Brazil. It'll be on land. Here are your teams that have qualified. And Jukes, walk us through what you're seeing from some of these other regions.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you look at the squads, you got monster names here. You got Alpha 7, Influence Rays. Brazil's coming in hot. LATAM as well as nobody to shake your head at for sure. And the crazy thing is that I'm thinking like every time I see a 3-day tournament like this, I'm referencing PMGO, right? Because that just happened. Alpha 7 got second place. So you know they are frustrated. They wanted first place, and they had the most ridiculous first day that we have seen. I thought that they were going to win this thing like by a shoo-in after day one, but then we saw Team Reject just dominate with their aggression. And the team from Japan that won that, they did it with just nothing but just eliminations and dominance. They just stuck together like crazy, and they were so hard to take out. So I want to see more teams here in Americas kind of emulate that style a little bit, right? When you see an advantage, send the whole squad. Take everybody there, you know, because even if you do lose that fight, oh well. But if you win it, you could win that game with some double-digit eliminations, which is needed in order to make it to the top 3.
I love it. You see Alpha 7 do that quite often, come out and just, throw up 3 chickens in a row on the first day. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get out of there with a W. So they'll be coming back with a vengeance at PMSL Americas. Again, that goes down next month on land in Brazil. And 3 teams this weekend will be vying for their spot to punch their tickets to the tournament. They'll be joining the likes of Enhyper and the rest from LATAM and Brazil. But let's not delay any further. It is Game 9 coming to you live from Erangel. Hot Jukes and Enigma, take it away.
Thank you so much. Power Bang! Oh my goodness. So good to be able to cast with a big PB once again. And Enigma, man, I mean, it's been a while since we were able to work together during the Titan series. Now we're here at the PMSL Americas. I bet you see quite a bit of a difference here, huh? What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the most part, I've loved every second of it. And for a lot of these players as well, it's not just from PMPL. We're going completely new. We're going to PMSL. We're going back to those offline events. We're changing the duration of it being just a few days. You're going to be there for a month. I'm wanting to send our best representatives. There's a reason why this qualifier is happening for a reason, Jukes. As much as I'd like to name maybe 4 or 5 of these teams to go, we're only accepting 3. A lot of dreams are going to be crushed here tomorrow night and stuff like that. And some of them maybe even today, depending how their performances start to go out. But the main eyes I'm looking at right now, Jukes, you had talked about it before, is Titan Gaming. That last game, I can't even stress it enough. We're having people wanting to do duo plays. We're not working as a squad. I mean, we're looking at Alpha 7 when they play in previous tournaments over the last year or 2. And they're just dominating teams as a 3-man because they're playing together. They're acting like they have the skill set, which they obviously do, to still be able to take the fight to these squads. And our region right now, unfortunately, is a little bit on the back burner in my eyes. We're needing to step it up so we're able to compete in Americas and hopefully shoot ourselves up in those PMGCs, PMGOs, PMWIs, whatever it's called at the time, for us to be able to get our name out there.
Yeah, I just think that the meta has shifted so much, especially in just recent, months.
Yeah.
And, just looking at it, those splits, in my eyes, these 2-2 splits. Hold on, let's look at this thing. What a shot! Wow! No, not wow. Wow! Look at that, right? So as you go ahead and try to do the same thing on the Salty here. Salty with just an Uzi. Not going to be able to make it happen. So, wow, look at that. 4 bros coming out with a vengeance. And PB said it earlier, right? 4 bros just always in the fight right off the rip. So, that does kind of remind me a little bit of Team Rejects because that's what they did during PMGO. And it worked out for them. But, hey, if you want to be able to be the best, right, you got to play like the best. And that is a team that is no joke. So, a good start for 4 bros for sure, especially with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, they got to think that they're the best. And thankfully, 4 bros is the team that kind of comes out on top of this. I'm not sure if Dauntless was trying to contest the same vehicles and they all just kind of lost the race to the driver's seat. But now it's just going to be Klaus. And we have seen wonders come from this player, but it's usually with other teammates alive. Dauntless, I was about to say that, they had some pretty good performances today. Few eliminations and stuff like that. And now it's just, unfortunately, falling apart. A lot of these teams, though, you're going to want, if you're those top teams, obviously you want to be the ones to get the points. You want to bring that point gap back like we saw after day 1, after the 6 matches. But these low-end teams, these people on the bottom of the leaderboard, Jukes, are starting to sponge up the points, and we're seeing that top gap start to shrink, and it makes everything more interesting because now, I mean, it's like what PB said, we're in game 9. After this, we are halfway through the tournament. You're going to be really seeing some eye-openers on squads thinking, what are we doing here?
Yeah, and I think we're seeing those point sponges at the bottom because just the top teams are just throwing in my eyes. We're seeing mistakes over and over and over again. Yeah, we saw Titan Gaming get some points in the last game, but like I said, I think it was just due to fortunate events, at least for that one, right? That one, I think they got a little bit lucky. They took advantage of it. And that doesn't happen often. And I'll tell you what, once we start facing these Brazilian squads, it's going to very rarely happen. So now Klaus gets spotted out and taken out. So 4 bros taking out the entire team of Dauntless off the rip. This is that start that they have been begging for, and 3 of those eliminations coming from Lao.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it. And as this sort of squad, I love how you've talked about it plenty in the past, Shooks, of these teams need to not leave it up to luck. They need to take the initiative and start doing things themselves. So at least you know that it wasn't up to luck. It ultimately, at the end of the day, was just how your squad performed in the tournament. And 4 bros, I think they've finally started to realize, unfortunately, at the halfway point, maybe it is still early enough for them that, hey, we're doing this completely wrong. We need to start shaking things up. They take the fight to Dauntless and ultimately get 4 free eliminations to their name without losing a single player on Erangel.
Yeah, you know what? That's something I was talking about when it came to like the meta shifts, right? The way I see the meta going is an all or nothing play style.
Yeah.
Okay. When you go into a fight, you have to send the whole squad as if you're like, okay, we either win this fight or we all go out right now.
Yeah.
Like no more hedging your bets because, when placement points were worth 20 points. Yeah, you know what? If you lost a fight, okay, let that one person live and just run away and try to get placement points, right?
Yeah.
Because it would work out. It would work out. It would work out for the overall leaderboards. That's not the case anymore. With 10 points being for first place, it dropping down to 6 for second. I mean, what are the odds you even get into top 2 by just being by yourself? How many times have you seen that, Enigma, especially in recent days?
I mean, in the last year, it's virtually slim to none. Unless you're wanting that, you've had that prime position, you just get blessed with zones, it's not happening. And you had talked about, other reasons and stuff like that. We'll have to put a note into that. Strangers BD, this is the team that started to pop off. Now actually taking a fight with Golden Eagles. Both of these squads, Jukes, have been performing pretty well on the day and getting caught around the corner. G-Woon getting a freebie for the squad. And look at the rest of the team. Strangers BD is having to watch from the mountain, hoping that their team... Actually, wait a second. Voltex getting an opening knock, bringing this to a 3v3. I'm wondering if they're actually going to look for this 3v3 engagement.
Ji-Woon with a heck of a knock there, looking like he's out of that movie Wanted. Well, let's see if he can repeat that here against Strangers BD because these guys are hot off the press, especially after that last match. Let's see what they're going to do going in for this third party. Uh-oh, Mori does get knocked. That's going to hurt. So Golden Eagles need to take advantage of it. Ji-Woon up close and personal. Ooh. That nade just barely missing the mark there. Now let's see what happens here. Where's the rest of Strangers BD? They need to start getting onto this fight quick because SLR's around the corner. They're going to be looking down at this fight too.
Yeah, and I mean, SLR, I think, is kind of just saving grace right now. Thank you. We're going to be able to third party this. But Strangers BD, they're trying to recover it and unfortunately just not letting it happen. It's now just going to be Flash God X being the remaining people. But SLR, we saw in the back, was rotating above the hillside, looking down on the Golden Eagles squad. I'm interested to see, yep, they have converged onto the compound here, Jukes. And we do have that solo. Maybe SLR could even find that freebie, but getting caught through the window. Koi, this is the player that makes the openings happen for his squad when it matters most.
Laser. Koi, so sneaky there. And I think that, honestly, that play from Strangers BD was just a heat check. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think that they were feeling so confident. They're like, yeah, let's just full send it, and made some mistakes in that process. You can't do that either at these levels. You got to play the same game no matter what. And meanwhile, Koi getting knocked. A nice play there from this player from Golden Eagles, starting to turn things around. Let's see what they could do now here. Gonna see things slow down. Yeah, let them get this res off. Oh, actually, okay, yeah, you got a first aid. There we go. Yeah, beautiful. Now Kindness has to make a play. SLR down to 2 players. This is the problem, right? SLR, they make the great play, but the execution, they having trouble just finishing teams.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's them maybe not just focusing the knocks and stuff like that to get the even up on the squad wise, but now Kindness, he's having to just force himself into a smoke chain while Golden Eagles now coming from the back foot, looking for full-blown aggression. Kindness is really hoping that White Eulogy is going to be able to give some sort of cover fire, because 1v4 situation, one of these stairwells is not a pretty picture in my eyes, Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys just need to. I think they just look inexperienced when it comes to just like team synergy, right? That's what
Yeah.
it looks like. I mean, we know the individual player skills there, but you see players just kind of all over the place trying to make plays by themselves rather than working together, you know, covering each other's angles, things like that. And I think that's why we're seeing SLR suffer in fights like this.
Yeah, and it looks like Eulogy was able to pick one off of Golden Eagles and stuff like that, but it's not even just a 3v2 situation anymore, Jigs. We have KR Esports coming in from the east side. Control as well is coming in from the north on the edge. This fight's going to be just drawing like sharks in the water to this one specific compound.
Yeah, especially early game, teams need to definitely recognize that you have to have like an internal clock in your head when it comes to fights like this, right? Right when you engage in that fight, you got to know we need to finish this fight within this amount of time, like 30 seconds, or leave. Because if not, we're going to get third party. And that's exactly what's happening right here in this spot. Third party after third party after third party, just looking to take advantage of these teams that just took too long during this fight.
Yeah, and I'd honestly want to say that KR Esports is maybe going to be the ones that fruit the labor, so to speak, but we're seeing Taco Lovers come by, Reality, any of these squads, if they think they're getting the one up, there's always a different team coming in. Everyone turns your eyes towards it. And for the most part, this part of the map isn't even center zone anymore. The zone shifted to the east. There's so much congestion just from people getting drawn to the shots that it's like everything's free for the taking in the center.
This is so crazy, on honesty, because, you know, like when it comes to like I say, I'm watching these games as though if it were like PMGO, right?
Yeah.
Like, because I want to see a North American team compete against these bad boys coming up soon. And, you know, when I look at this, you know, at those tournaments, we see 16 teams alive almost all the time in zone 4 or 5, you know? And here, we're just seeing teams go out like crazy off the rip. So the aggression is definitely hotter in NA for sure. But man, you know, sometimes you got to recognize that, you know what? Sometimes it's just not worth it. Like, you have to decide when to take the fight or just leave. And right now, if you're like KR Esports, this is too much time. Like, I would either full send everybody on Golden Eagles or just stop and move.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just, we're seeing people start to camp out now on that south side mountain. All these teams are really just wanting a piece of the pie when it comes to these elimination points. I believe that's 3 Sheep Gaming on the southern side, that green logo, but KR Esports are going to have to try to keep this fight inside. Look at that. Wait, they actually went through the upstairs window, forcing them first floor, and everyone's just shooting shotguns right now. It's just one player left inside, but KR Esports, they did lose 1 player, but picking up 3 at the end.
Now they got to be careful because now they got to know a third party's coming. And yeah, you can see Reality right there around the corner just looking down at this. Meanwhile, we're seeing more fights go on over in the map. In the feed, actually, it's going to be Taco Lovers. We saw them in the mix as this next zone pops on over. ICU looking to be in a good position of this one. A very classic Erangel circle, so nothing too crazy for these teams. They all know where they want to go.
Yeah, and for the most part, TSG is looking to be the next team to third party this, but I'm not sure if they know Reality's on the hillside now, forcing KR Esports to try to take this fight, now losing another player down to just a duo on the first floor of the building. But I mean, it's just like we said, Jigs, I wish they had this sort of insight, even though it's not rocket science.
are Ren's there, and I got what? Oh, wait. Dude, I've been talking this whole time? No, anyway, what is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the broadcast. Apologies, we were struck down from a laser beam from Venus, and here we are. But we're back with you, and guess what? Game 3, we did get to see the conclusion of, and Hot Jukes and Enigma break down for us the action of what happened over the last couple of seconds of that game.
Cool, those dang Venusaurs got us again. You hate to see it, but I'll tell you what, man. Titan Gaming crushing it right there towards the end from the spot that we were complaining about, Enigma, because ICU had it. They had that location, gave it up to Titan Gaming, and right towards the end, they were able to clutch it out and get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, but it all starts off with how Nemesis decided to take their fight. Spec, we saw just before the cut, getting caught out by the solo TP player on the edge of zone. And Nemesis actually tried to do a saving Private Ryan kind of play, losing Fate in the process, dragging them down to just 2 players. And ultimately, it ended in their demise, leaving just Titan Gaming and the Panthers to battle it out. Obviously, with us seeing Titan Gaming coming out on top. But we see it now, of course, with the overall Titan Gaming getting more points as well in that first place position.
So 9 games are done out of 18. We have reached the halfway point, and Titan Gaming picks up their second chicken dinner in game number 9. They're able to hold off Nemesis towards the end of that game, as well as the Panthers, to get the job done. But big news, Nemesis and Titan Gaming have expanded their lead just a bit there, so it's everyone else fighting for position. We take a peek at the bottom of the tables, straight out of Nepal, slipping down a little bit, but the Panthers gaining quite a bit of ground. We see them with Dauntless and KR Esports, but 13 through 16, our hope is looking pretty bleak at this point. Reality, 3 Sheep Gaming, 4 Bros, and Black Mamba are in desperation mode right now. They got to get some chicken dinners. They got to get things going. Game number 4 is just about to start for the day. That's game 10 overall. And Hot Jukes, I got to ask my friend, obviously Titan Gaming coming off a big win last game. Nemesis looking real good. Momentum starting to pick up. Who's your pick here for game number 10?
Oh, man. Game number 10, I'm looking at it. Honestly, I'm going to go with Strangers BD. Because you know what? These guys, I know it's kind of an outlandish pick, but you know what? They had 61 total points so far. They're not too far behind 4th place. They're one of those teams that desperately need them. I got to go with them.
All right, well, I'll throw my pick in here before I throw it to you, Enigma. I'm going to go with the Taco Lovers here on this map. Taco Lovers locking it in. Enigma, hit us with your choice, and you boys take it away. Have fun.
I feel I get a bit of a cheat sheet with this one, Juke, seeing the playing path and stuff like that. But a squad that has thrown a game that had high eliminations in the first Erangel, I gotta put it right on ICU. This squad has the drop spot. It's the last Erangel of the day. Big key takeaway for a lot of these teams. And this squad, they've been getting some eliminations, but they're really kind of just disconnecting the plug out of their brains when it comes to everything after zone 4.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to watch, you know. Oh, man, we're seeing so many teams, right, have a great start and then just fall off right there towards the end. It hurts my heart to see. So hopefully we can just see finally one of these squads get that double-digit elimination chicken dinner that we so desperately want to see.
Yeah, and I mean, we obviously want to see all these teams try to succeed and stuff like that, but the teams that we have high expectations for are really only performing on 2 out of 6, maybe 3 if you want to give them a bone on those 4 or 5 elimination matches they get randomly throughout the night. But it's like you said, you're going against the best of the best. I'm wanting to see some of these teams start to do a dominating factor, and even though Titan Gaming and Nemesis are in those 90-point ranges, I'm wanting that number to even be more. Show me that you deserve to go out of everyone else in the lobby, because in my eyes, it's a bit of luck. We're seeing a little bit more of maybe things going the right way, or maybe other teams making too many mistakes.
Yeah, that's what hurts to watch is, you know, I think a lot of these teams right now that are having some success on the leaderboards is because of those mistakes. And it's mistakes that you're not going to get away with. And that's for sure coming in later on, to, you know, if you make it to Brazil. So I got to see that dominance. And you know what? The thing is that PB said it best, right? For those teams at the bottom, it's their time to shine right here and now, right? I mean, we're now reaching that second half of the tournament. It's not over for them, right? By all means, it's not over, especially considering that we're seeing these top teams, not make it happen. One team in particular is SLR, right? Where are they? At the start of this day, they have just fallen off the map.
Yeah, and I mean, it's goose eggs, it's maybe the breadstick or stuff like that. They're not getting any sort of points going their way. And you start to wonder, was day one kind of a fluke? It didn't look like it in my eyes, but we also have to wonder, this is a 3-day event. It's not just one day. It's not one set of scrims. This is a tournament qualifier for you to move on and compete. At some point, we're going to have to start cutting the numbers down to those 2 or 3 teams that move on. And this is the point we're at. There's nothing else after this. You either make it, you punch your ticket to Brazil, or you're done. You're waiting for that next qualifier, looking back at those other teams and you thinking that should have been us.
Yeah, and you know what? That's what I kind of like about. I love this this format because it's the same as PMGO, right? Yeah. It's the same as PMGO where, top 3 is where all the money was. Yeah. Right? There was a big difference between top, like 3rd place and 4th on down. So, it really just puts the stress on these teams. The big thing about this region here in particular is that we're seeing these top squads not have that continuing dominance, right? Yeah. If we would have saw an SLR just like frag out these first 3 matches, then there would have been such a lead that there would have been a lock at this point, but they didn't, right? So that gap that we saw, that 22-point gap at the start of the day between 3rd and 4th, has shrunk like tremendously. Any one of these teams now can make it into that top 3. They know that. So, man, we got to see them start stepping up. And one team in particular that looks like they have the best chance is the squad I think we're looking at right now. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Team Control. I mean, they had a bit of a lackluster day in my eyes for day 1, but day 2, they decided to start off strong. They've had consistent eliminations throughout the night and stuff like that. But we are going in the last 3 matches. Everything could change for a reason. And for the most part, with all of these squads and stuff like that, I think it's different now compared to the past because you don't get anything for showing up. You need to finish in that top placement. You should be wanting to be winning this, getting your ticket to the next. And just like you said with PMGO, with the money being held at the top, it shouldn't be just enough for you to show up. You should be wanting and being able to say that I'm the best out of these teams because the Alpha 7s, the Team Liquids, all of them, even Team Queso and stuff like that, no matter which team we were able to pull, I guarantee you that they all have that same mindset. Unfortunately, with North America, it seems like we're really kind of having stagnant, maybe not everyone on the squad having that mindset.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because this whole tournament's just so different than PMGO, right? We're seeing what we saw. Like, how many teams did we see go out at the start? I think it was crazy. It was like 6 or 7 teams. Yeah. And the thing is if you look at it through like a different pair of glasses, right? Or if you look at it through a microscope, did you realize that every team until the last died? Like every single team that went in with that same strategy went out. So guess what that means? It doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like that straight up is not the play. And that's the reason why we don't see, so many squads do that. Like there's a certain point where you have to realize, all right, if we're going to 3rd party, we have to full push nonstop, right? Take them out or go out and then rotate immediately. If we stay and try to fight it out, we're going to get 3rd partied. We saw every single team do that, and every team that did got taken out.
And I think the problem with that is just our region. A lot of people are just thinking the same way. We're not having people try something new. It's people kind of going textbook to textbook play, which unfortunately everyone in the other regions understands perfectly well, especially on Erangel being the tried and true map, what you're wanting to do if certain situations like this happens. That's why we see congestion on certain parts of the map, zone 3 to 4 range, openness. Yesterday, the perfect example would be the Nemesis game on Miramar. That zone, they had no right of controlling half of it, but they're the team that is able to apply that pressure, and everyone else is kind of just wanting to play it by the book, not trying to push the boundaries and do something new. And now we're seeing it with these squads. They're really starting to bite the bullet in terms of points.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Now we're going to watch the Panthers go up against here. Let's see if Papa3 can pop him out the vehicle. Those shots look good, but just right off the mark. And now he's almost about to get run over. The jumping 180. Man, those vehicle plays are coming out so strong, and Illusion is now out of this game. Papi Triste is in big trouble as well.
Yeah, and the sad thing is
oh, we're on another one.
He had 2, if not 3 of those players down to 1 HP, not having the last connections matter in TP. I mean, it looks like they're trying to scramble to get away, but there's a solo on the rock, and it's, for the most part, it's really just pathetic in my eyes, Jukes. These teams just seems like they're making the same mistakes.
Oh man, 3 sheep, looking like a bunch of sheep dogs actually, right? Just herding in the crowd here with those buggies. So brutal. Hate to see that, but you know what? That'll do. That'll do right there. 3 eliminations so far. This is a good start for them. So you're going to see them press this building, just try to see if they can spot out that last player. He's not there, so nothing to worry about for that final player. But I mean, it's done and dusted here. Like, I can't tell you how many times I see this play happen, where we see 3 players go out and then just 1 survives. But for what, Enigma? For what?
And I honestly wonder how they even got to that position. They all had weapons in my eyes from what I had seen. It wasn't like they really failed in getting the vehicles, but DSG, the only ones with cars, it seems like, going around just picking up them one by one, drive-bys, all that sort of stuff. The zone shift does happen, though. It actually centers towards the prison side of the map. And the scary thing about this is along this sort of western side of zone, I guess you could say, there's a lot of teams still in blue. A lot of people are maybe going to be eyeing come through those same focal points, these funnels. It's a matter if you're able to land those shots and maybe pick up a few extra eliminations.
Yes, sir. So we're going to watch KR Esports from the blue zone trying to fight it out. They should just leave, but let's see what happens here. And that's the thing is, though, like at this type of game, yeah, you're going to see teams really just decide to fight it out in that blue, which makes things so much difficult. Wow, what a shot for Berlin.
And that honestly was looking decent for KR, but unfortunately not getting the knock on the J7. Now it's just obviously clumped together, but straight on Paul is clumping together on this building. SLR, what the heck happened off screen?
Oh my gosh, unreal, man. SLR just can't get it going here. This is their what is this, fourth right? Tough performance. Yeah. This day, they just done nothing. So, I mean, I'm so shocked to see SLR just throw so hard with the roster that they have now, but something's got to change for this team. I mean, they still have a chance because they did so well in day 1, but it's just not looking good here after day 2.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just that caster's curse. I was praising him for the most part at the start of the day, and then it was just 1 and a 0, and then maybe another 1, and now it's just you're having to run away into prison of all places, getting gunned down by SON, and I mean, they're just out. 0 points to their name.
Not good, not good. Doesn't make me excited to see. Let's see, watch the replay here. Wow, straight out of the ball. Coming in hot, just absolutely destroying SLR, cleaning up the points. Wolf OP, not messing around. Mamba's gonna most likely, look like he was about to go to the blue, but he survives for now. As KR Esports.
There we go.
Yeah, getting worked by Nemesis here.
Yeah, I mean, 1v4, as long as you dodge the frag grenades, you know that you're going to get this elimination point. Nemesis, they still have all 4 players up. It's just a matter of time. As long as J7 doesn't get caught out here, doesn't even matter.
No, sir.
Hits him with the 1-tap. And I want to make note that Nemesis played this to perfection in my eyes, just going around the zone, being able to make sure that they're not giving any sort of opening knocks for KR Esports. But with that play with SLR, I want to go back to it, Jukes. You talked about the spacing of cars and everyone full sending. SLR had no chance in my eyes because it's 3 cars, one after another, aiming for each different player on your squad. And it's like, are you really going to gun them out at that point? The car is still going to move into you. It's going to knock you either way.
That's what happens. That's what happens. And that's exactly what we saw there. You know, I like to see that. You got to have that full commitment. Just send the entire team. If we go out in 11th place, we go out in 11th place. Because guess what? It's better to go out in 11th than to lose 3 players, keep 1 up, and then go out in 9th. You know what I'm saying?
Got to go for it. The elimination points are the factor.
If you win, then, oh my gosh, you got the whole squad wipe, all players up. And you're good to go. I mean, I can't tell you how many times in PMGO we saw Team Reject send a full squad into an early fight, get 3 knocked, but win. And then they just get the reses and reset.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what you want. Especially with those early game fights. It's so... I'd honestly like to say I'd like to see it more going each team getting 1 or 2 eliminations, but it seems any of those teams that take so early game fights, it's usually 4-0. One team is getting completely steamrolled. We just saw it with Nemesis. We're seeing with Dauntless losing 3 players already. Taco Lovers being able to kind of just hunt down on this northwestern edge of zone. And with the zone constricting, this part of the prison map to the west towards Junkyard and stuff like that, that a lot of pros like to call outside of shelter, there's not a lot of playable terrain. It's all flat, and for the most part, everyone's going to be able to have sight lines on you.
Oh, yes, indeed. And let's see what kind of sight lines we're about to see right now, as Straight Out Nepal are currently in the lead with 4 eliminations. They're looking good. Pain is feeling the pain right now as I look to the top left of the screen, and he is eliminated. Yeah. So final player from Dauntless just chilling in the car right now, chilling in the Bentley, just looking around, and nope. Now he's off. Does Taco Lovers see him? Oh, he might have spotted 24K by himself. So you say, you know what? Oh, he goes in for the run over, drives right into the vehicle and taken out.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately for him, it wasn't just 24K. Taco Lovers sent another player as well, but right on the edge of the screen, I'm seeing ICU creep up yet again on this part of the map. We saw them wipe 3 squads in the previous Erangel when they went out, unfortunately, early as a squad, and I'm hoping to see them show some sort of life here again, hopefully against the Taco Lovers.
And ICU, I think they're like probably one of the best early game teams that I've seen.
Yeah.
When it comes to early game, they really know what to do. But it come late game, it's like they just fall apart. I don't know if it's nerves or comms, and that happens. That really does happen, right? Towards late game, there's so much to control that the play isn't simple. And it's hard when you don't have players that see the same situation, you know? I think we see some players that you know, err on aggression. Like, look at this, Nate. We always see him and by himself, you know?
Yeah.
And that's exactly in the position he's in right now. He's wide out in the open. Wow. Nothing you could do in that spot there.
No recognition of how these other teams are going to be moving. Obviously, when you're playing chess, you're thinking of your move, but you got to think 3 steps ahead, Jukes. You're needing to make sure that you're not getting caught out in the open. And I mean, it's just literally completely isolated from the squad. It wasn't even like Zuko stopped. There's no cover here. I know if Carnage was playing right now, if he even sees this clip, he's going to be going, why are you on a flat? That was his best saying back in the day. I know every pro, Zfon can vouch for it and stuff like that. That was what he drilled into people's heads because that's common sense for us. That's the standard of play we had back in the day. And unfortunately, there's been a few gaps in these sort of mindsets for players.
You know, some teams just more focus on their own position and their own body. But like at this level, you really have to focus on where your team's at. Look at that. 24K getting popped out. You know, he was trying to get some recognition. But guess what? Boom. He's out of there just like that. You got to have your head on a swivel and you can't stay in the same spot for too long. And Nemesis taking advantage of its 6 eliminations so far. As a matter of fact, Fate's going to get that steal and take Nate out himself. Wow. And so ICU down to 3 players. If you notice the top teams, Enigma, they always put their body in a position to where their teammates can cover them. Like they're never just out in the open. Like even if they do a slight split, they're behind cover and close enough to their teammate where if they get into trouble, they could easily get a smoked and rezzed or something, you know? Yeah. And that's what I want to see more of here. If you separate yourself too much, like we just saw Nate do, I mean, there's nothing you can do if you get knocked.
Yeah, and I think Nemesis is one of those squads where they're used to taking that aggression. The big key point for me I see is when you're on these fights where your teammate's in front of you on the top of a hillside, can you give cover to them and stuff like that? And look at this, Zuko's down below trying to hold Nemesis, but no one's set up to overwatch him. They were maybe thinking of leaving. I'm not sure what IC's game plan is, but we're having a 2v4 now against the most dominant team, it seemed like, from the last lobby.
Yeah, and ICU is just too separated. That pre-nade, though, from Juancho has opened things up. And Spec getting knocked is huge, so ICU not making it happen right there. As a matter of fact, that's just Juancho. Berlin coming out, though. Got to be careful. He jumps through the window. Tries to go for the jump shot. But, man, I'll tell you what, ICU needs to finish this fight fast because there are other teams just waiting in this area. They got to be careful.
Yeah,
Let's see how what's gonna happen.
the scary thing right there is I really wanted Berlin to get the knock on Juancho. He gave the full reset, and Valak gets the read, a re-knock on the situation. I think he understands that. J7 1 HP going for another nade cook, jumps inside, dodging the damage, but they know what it's all about right now, Jukes, and it's down to just a solo. ICU bringing this back in the 2v4 spot, but I'm seeing other colors start popping up on the screen. Is this really going to stay a 2v1 situation out here?
Let's see what happens here. So right now, best case scenario is ICU just gets this elimination. I mean, again, ICU's so good in the early game. They're getting tons of eliminations, but they're not getting those placement points at all.
Yeah.
And they need them at this point because they are so far behind on the leaderboards. If they were currently like in the top 3, then this would be okay, right? But at this point, they need a double-digit elimination chicken dinner to catch up. Let's see if Valak. Oh, wow. He recognizes Berlin and takes them out. So next zone about to pop. Where's it gonna go? It goes down towards Mansion. Ooh. Golden Eagles are currently sitting there. It's 3 Sheep Gaming as well. And the rest of these teams are gonna have to start moving on in.
Yeah, the scary thing is this is literally just a completely flat, open field. I mean, unless you're Golden Eagles or TSG, who's already set up in the center, you're gonna be fighting for a little lip on the edge of zone, or maybe just full sending into the bunkers. And if you're ICU, you wanted to have the 4-man to play against taco lovers and stuff like that, but now you're down to just 2. You're going to need to somehow weasel your way in and pick up more eliminations against all these other squads that have been able to stay alive. And Titan, they're starting to bring the pressure towards Black Mamba now.
Let's see what happens here as Rido on fire, putting some shots down range. Let's see what Titan Gaming could do as they're keeping an eye towards 4 bros. A little bit split up right here. Let's see how they decide to work together, using those smokes to push on up and trying to get into this next zone. Here comes Remix from Team Control. Team Control been very consistent here. Let's see what happens with this nade onto Golden Eagles. It looks good. Oh, wow. Rocket launches that vehicle, and Golden Eagles are done for.
Yeah, and Remix, I think, was the key factor. He went so close to the Golden Eagles without getting knocked, giving himself the pressure and the availability. But unfortunately, the rest of his teammates not dropping smokes down, covering the backside. Now is just going to be a solo. I really liked their positioning, but now that whole part of the map is completely free. He forfeited it to Titan Gaming.
Oh, boy. They sure did. And you could just see Remix looking up on top. Last player up. Gonna try and put some points on the board by himself. So we're seeing a lot of these early eliminations and teams going out. It's so crazy to see that we're in stage 5 and there are only 8 teams remaining.
Yeah, 20 players. I mean, we're talking not even more than 2 squads have the full 4-man. Everyone else, and obviously the elimination spread, we see it on the right side, 6-5-5-4. It's not just one team, since Nemesis was eliminated early on, kind of getting all these elimination points, which tells me that everyone's kind of having stragglers get caught out. No one's really being able to keep the 4-man up coming into that zone 6-7 range when it matters most.
So tough as we keep an eye on Remix, just trying to get that intel. Next zone's about to pop. Next 45 seconds. So we're going to see, this is that planning phase right now. You got to dial it in with your squad, figure out what you're going to do. You can see 3 Sheep Gaming. They are very happy in this open meadow. That is their natural habitat. And
just grazing.
Yeah, just grazing right now. Trying to hopefully maybe munch on some Titan. Let's see if that's able to happen, though.
Yeah, and I mean, there's all these teams around them. They hear that sort of commotion, I guess you could say, go down. And for them, I think they've been here for the last 2 or 3 zones. So they're kind of, looking up to the PUBG Mobile gods saying thank you. But at the end of it all, you've only got 3 eliminations to your name. You're going to have to stand up on your hind legs and start shooting. And hopefully they do get that chance. We're about to see the zone shift happen any second. A lot of these teams, it centers up actually towards that bunker mansion side. All these teams on the south, including taco lovers on the west, going to have to find their way in.
Yes, they are. Let's see what happens here. This could be the final game where we see Titan Gaming step up. They have 7 eliminations so far, inactive with 5 of them, and he is knocked outside of this circle. That's going to be tough. Yeah, that's going to be a tough res. They got to take out this player from 4 bros.
Yeah, they got to choose the order correctly. They can't go for the res first immediately. I think they need to focus this player. And I mean, I think Lau made a bit of a mistake here, throwing a smoke earlier on, giving himself no sight lines to see. But Titan Game, you got to be careful. Don't give the opening knock, please. Get yourself reset and just get in the zone, because this player, he's not going to have any cover to play, Chooks. You just need to wait it out and get the elimination point later on.
Yeah, either get at the zone or just full send everybody and just take them out quickly. But instead, they wait a little too long. He pushes up right into another player. He's going to go down here. And he does. Juancho going to take that elimination point. Trying to get that 2 per day. And so far, he does end up getting 2. So Juancho hitting the mark here on this one.
Yeah, but the mark itself, it's a matter of Titan's going to be able to kind of keep their pressure on these squads in the west. Taco getting caught out, not under the ridge enough. Really nice spray from him, but I'm looking at ICU. You've got 7 eliminations, but we're still only at 6th place if we get eliminated. This isn't a top 4, top 3 finish. And with everyone kind of coming around you, every single team's congesting. Valak having a lot of pressure on him. Actually, it's just Juancho now. Oh, no.
Juancho getting pressure from so many angles. Titan Gaming, yeah, taking away that spot. He can't use that rock to his advantage. Oh, Taco Lovers, this nade's going to punish him right here. All eyes are on Juancho. That nade hurts,
no.
and that nade from Titan Gaming is going to do it.
Wow. And I mean, Titan Gaming, it's kind of like, at least they were able to pick up these eliminations, but I feel bad for ICU. They do get those eliminations on Taco Lovers just before Juancho gets eliminated, at kind of from the grave martyrdom with the nade, getting the wipe, but Valak not being able to hold back the 3-person send, and Titan Gaming, fortunately for them, getting the positioning.
Wow, Titan Gaming looking to get that double-digit elimination chicken dinner. Wow. They have the angles. Wow, just taking advantage of the spot. I mean, they have the entire lay of the land here. Now's the time to just step up and dominate. Send the whole squad everywhere. There's no reason to even do, just send them everywhere. Just clean this one up. This is an automatic chicken dinner.
Yeah, this is 2 solos left alive. As long as Redux doesn't, both of them don't get knocked, doesn't even matter. Down to just a solo now, and this is stage 6 here, Jukes. Titan Gaming 14, hopefully going to make it 15 if they can find the solo player. And I believe this player of reality has been solo for the last 2 or 3 zones. So nice placements from his squad, but look at this. 1 elimination to their name.
The snake in the grass.
Really worth
making it happen. You know what I'm saying? Getting in some placement points here. You don't see this happen very often, but with an open field play, he's gonna take advantage of it. Did he get spotted? I wonder if Cash did.
I mean, they have a few laps.
Why even crouch at this point? That's crazy.
That's where you go to blue zone. If you see all 4 players in a vehicle, I think you just deny it.
Or he hits the shot. Oh, go for the thirst. Inactive is taken out, and he was dominating. He was straight up dominating. And then Cash finally getting ran over. What a way to finish it. Titan Gaming. See, that's what I want to see. That's how you win a game right there. I mean, that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Domination. I mean, they worked that eastern north side, buy shelter and stuff like that. ICU, they saw they're only down to duos. They trimmed 4 bros off when they were trying to come into zone. And ultimately, everyone else was fighting each other. When you give a team like Titan Gaming the room for this, this is where they make the magic happen. And PB, I feel like we had a repeat of yesterday.
Fellas, we had a repeat of yesterday. We had a repeat of last game. Titan Gaming back to back with the chicken dinners, and that is exactly what we were trying to see from them. They came with the aggressive play this time, and I really liked how their order of operations, when they did have an active knock, they were able to go put the pressure on that front line and scare off the opponent rather than potentially have that momentum start to take down their squad, ultimately able to push them all the way to the end circle for a chicken dinner. But how about this straight out of Nepal squad? They sure are fun to watch out of the vehicles. I tell you what, running over SLR there, who unfortunately has not shown up for a 4th game in a row. Hot Jukes, what is up with SLR?
I have no idea. It hurts to watch. I mean, this is such a crazy squad. I mean, and now that you got Kindness and Koi there, and they're just not able to get it done. I think that they're struggling with the same thing that ICU is, right? I think that they have such great individual players, but they just don't have that synergy, you know, that you just see them just kind of playing by themselves, trying to make plays, and that works. But if you go against a team that's just like really working together, it's tough to beat.
It really is. So definitely a big gap is going to be opened up at the top of the tables now, but second and third place are really kind of the things I've got my eye on. And with Super Lazy Reflex not showing up, that was our top performer coming into today. Clearly things are going to be a bit jumbled up. I swear the vehicle play in this game, though, there were so many runovers, so many just disrespectful thirsts with the vehicle. I don't know what was going on, but a lot of runners getting caught out here. And ultimately, you know, I'm liking that Black Mamba and Four Bros made it a bit further into the game. That play right there, though, at this compound by Juancho was really what propelled ICU later on into this game here. That pre-nade gave them a chance. They took advantage of it. Valak able to kind of finish the job here against J7, but a really nice fight here between Nemesis and ICU.
Yeah, nice shots there from Valak too, right, Enigma?
Yeah, I mean, Valak himself, for the most part, it was kind of a fumble on his two teammates prior to Nemesis, but the main key takeaway, at least for today, is going to be the vehicle usage. The pressure that all these players are doing is allowing these other teams to really kind of make mistakes, but we're also seeing players like Nate. We're seeing players like Dauntless where they're getting caught out next to their vehicles, thinking it's that sort of safe haven. So we kind of get both sides of that spectrum in terms of the level of play and what's right and wrong. But for the most part, Titan Gaming, they were doing everything right this game. They had all of their players working in unison compared to the first two games we saw from them. And now, unfortunately for these other squads, that's a team that is already at the top. They're going to be making the point gap even larger after this.
Absolutely. I felt so terrible for Juancho being pinned behind that rock there. Not exactly what he was hoping for. I remember him turning around, looking over his shoulder and seeing a player at like every angle as he was looking around there. But here are your match rankings. Titan Gaming going back-to-back with their second chicken dinner of the day. 24 points. That's a big, big performance from them because that's going to move them up the overalls, which is absolutely clutch here. Straight out of Nepal, another decent performance from them. They're not making big points today, but they've been pretty consistent and a lot of fun to watch. ICU coming in clutch once again with a ton of elims, but again, not so many rank points. We're still trying to see them get into double digits on rank points. They might have cracked it here with this one, but let's check the overall rankings and see where things stand after 10 games of play. Titan Gaming opening up a 21-point lead over second place, but really my eyes are taking a look at number 3. Super Lazy Reflex holding on for dear life right now. A 2-point gap over Team Control, who has gotten to within 2 hot jukes. They started the day with 22 points to go, and now it's down to 2.
Dan, Super Lazy Reflex has just opened the door big time, right, for that third slot. I mean, Titan Gaming, Nemesis are looking really good. I mean, they're looking pretty solid. As long as they continue on just putting up some points, we should see them make it. But that third place spot, it's open for anybody here. I mean, all the way down to 8th place, right? Straight out of Nepal could still get a good game here, and we could see them jump all the way to that third slot. So the pressure is on big time for those teams, especially at the bottom of that first page, to pull out a big win here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, I can't even discredit 9th place, the Golden Eagles so far, because today overall, it seems they've had pretty good performances. The Panthers, unfortunately, not being the case, but if any of these squads, I guess you could say above 12th, have one of those double-digit elimination games, I could see them maybe shooting up. But the problem is we're getting to less and less matches you get to play, with first and second kind of solidifying themselves a bit of a point gap. Everyone's eyeing third place, and we're talking over half the lobby doing that.
Absolutely. So Titan Gaming having the last laugh in games 9 and 10. They've opened up a 45-point gap over third place, so they could not show up for the next 2 games and be just fine. We'll see if they can keep the momentum going. We'll take a quick break and be right back for game number 11. PUBG Mobile fans, welcome back. The story of the day so far has been Titan Gaming, but not just Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming on Erangel. Through the first 2 days and 6 Erangel matches under our belt, Titan Gaming has finished all 6 in the top 4, and 3 of those has been chicken dinners. So Titan Gaming has extended a huge lead, but Erangel's behind us now. We turn our attention forward to Miramar. Hot Juke's Nemesis has been the hot hand on Miramar, picking up a chicken dinner yesterday and a top 3. We'll see if they've got what it takes. They're sitting in second place right now. I want your prediction for this deserty map coming up. Who do you got winning it?
Who do I got winning it? Let me think here. Okay. I want one of the teams at the bottom to win this one. So I'm going to go with straight out of Nepal. Okay. Straight out of Nepal. I think they need the points big time here. If they win this one, it'll be one heck of a race for third place. And I want to see things spice up a little bit. So I'm going to go with them.
All right. I like the pick. Straight out of Nepal. Straight out of Nepal? What? Nepal has been my favorite of the day so far, but I'm going with none other than Titan Gaming. They look too good right now. Enigma, make your pick and have fun with the game, boys. Match of 11 starts now.
See, you know, I'm kind of a little annoyed in PB had just picked Titan Gaming because they didn't look hot on Miramar yesterday, and they were coming off strong, like in day 1, and I'm not wanting to be lame and pick Nemesis because they did good yesterday. So I'm throwing my name, my little card, I guess you could say, to the taco lovers. I want to see that frown turn upside down and see the smile again, because today, I'm wishing they had a few better performances.
I'll tell you what, one of the best org names I've ever seen in my life, dude. The taco lovers. I believe in them too. Why not? Let's see what they could do. But you know what? I got to stick with my pick. I want to see one of these teams at the bottom really clutch it out. And honestly, Taco Lovers is one of those teams too, right? Taco Lovers is in that perfect position right here with a good game. They could rocket launch themselves into top 3. And now's the time more than ever because Titan Gaming dominating now, right? Nemesis also in a really, really good position. So it's really looking like only one slot is available. It's not over yet. I mean, we can definitely see these top 2 teams fall off still. But with how they've been playing, it's not looking likely.
Yeah, and I mean, that example is obviously, we got to name SLR. The performance today has been lackluster. I'm not even sure if they've broken 5 points yet on the day, so to speak. And these other teams, we look at them, and they're making it look easy out there now. You wanted to see some dominant performances, and the top 2 teams are showing it right now. But we have seen in the past, teams show up the final day, maybe the pressure gets to them. That sort of LAN idea to a lot of these players, especially Titan Gaming. I know Nemesis has played plenty of times internationally on stage and stuff like that. But Titan Gaming, it might be too much pressure for him tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see, of course, because we still have 2 games left on day number 2 of the PMSL North America qualifiers. But right now, I'm seeing the zone shift, and it's centering right onto Los Leones. These squads right now, unfortunately, the Golden Eagles, who we're going to be looking at, already losing 2 players off drop.
That's gonna be brutal. And 4 Bros again, dude. 4 Bros is non-stop hot drop, literally non-stop hot drop action. No. Getting the good old shank, the Master OP. You hate to see it there. Hate to see it, man. That's tough. But yeah, 4 Bros on that just hot drop spree right now, and trying to make something happen. Where are they at right now on the leaderboards? Oh yeah, they're in 15th, so it's not working.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to do something at some point. I'm liking that they're trying to show signs of life, but compared to the top of it, you got to be top 3. Top 3's got a full working heartbeat. They're marathon runners, whatever kind of certification you want to say to them. These lower end teams, I mean, they need to have 2 star seller performances here tonight and then be able to carry that over somehow to tomorrow.
Yes, sir, indeed, man, because right now, these top 2 teams are looking good. You know, when it comes to Titan Gaming, Inactive, I got the chance to hang out with Inactive a little bit in Saudi Arabia. I got to hang out with him, and he was really excited. This is back when he was playing with Mazexis. And this is a big global event, you know. He traveled all the way across the world. He was getting his photos done, everything. He was super excited. And he went up against those global teams, and he got, as well as the rest of the squad, got a good old-fashioned pow pow. You know what I'm saying? They got punished.
Listen, that's just a reality check in my eyes, because
Yes.
if you're not already at the top of your game in our region, you go against other regions where they have the mindset developed already of them being able to go against international teams. I mean, you're just going to be put down like a dog, so to speak. It's not going to be pretty. And unfortunately, that was the case for the roster at the time. And that's why you and I, especially today, have been so critical about, the mistakes we see, about the choices these teams make, because obviously we're the casters. We get to see everything from a bird's eye view and kind of be able to do it. But you also got to step back and think, why aren't other players thinking of this stuff? Because in our eyes, it's not really rocket science for a lot of these mistakes. It's always something small, minute, something easy that should kind of just be ingrained like the back of your hand.
Absolutely, man. You know what? I will say, though, like sometimes I think that was a good experience for him in the squad. You know what I'm saying? Because you get to see the level of play firsthand. And if it's your first time really playing at that level, your eyes are open to like, okay, this is what you have to prepare for, right? This is where the meta's going. This is what the top teams do. You learn so much. And I'm glad that experience, you can see it translating for sure, right? Because he knows what to do. You can see the squad having that success here. I do believe that some of the some of the games that they won were due to some, errors made by other squads. Like the first Erangel that they won. ICU, if they would have held that spot down, they should have won that game. But Titan Gaming took advantage of it, won the game after that. But the last game was the big one for me. That was the one where I get to see and be like, all right, this is a team that I want to see. If they can continue to play like that, then they're going to be a shoo-in, obviously, for Brazil. And who knows, maybe we see them adapt and actually stand a chance over there.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, like my brother says, pressure makes diamonds. Thank you, brother, so to speak. But as a squad, especially coming into the last day, a lot of these teams are going to really need to be able to take a step back and be like, look, we got to put something together. We can't be letting these squads keep accumulating the points like they are, because if you were to duplicate the performances of yesterday or even the first day to day 3, a lot of these squads aren't going to be liking the outcome. You're not going to be in that top 3 range. And as of right now, we're seeing SLR struggle from it. First place all the way down the leaderboard now. I believe it was to third, fourth place. But Nemesis and Titan Gaming, they were in the top 2. Yeah, a few shaky performances on the day, but they were able to bounce back and keep that pressure on. And that's why we see such a major point lead.
Yes, sir, indeed. A big point lead for them. So they're feeling good, and these teams, though, this is where it's going to really... This is what this game's about, right? Right now, it's about those teams in that mid-pack. This is their chance, right, to really pass up these squads and try to make it and punch their ticket on over to Brazil. Reality Pain gets that initial knock onto one of the taco lovers, and he's going to get that thirst right there. So,
oh, gosh.
Man, just trying to get too much intel. And that's one thing I noticed, too, is I noticed in NA, teams, even though they get a location, there's always that one player that's just driving around,
Yeah.
And it does work out for intel, but we also see it be kind of like a coin flip. And that coin flip being that you lose that player due to them just getting spotted out by another team.
Yeah, the main thing is I think we see other regions kind of pull that sort of aggression off, but they're not really understanding when to use it. And as of right now, a lot of these teams, they're driving up hillsides and stuff like that. We see TSG literally being the example right now. They're driving uphill trying to scout, but there's no overwatch, barely getting into it now. But we look at it all, which team's really going to be coming out on top of this?
And we're going to see right now, 3 Sheep Gaming getting some shots on the KR. And Sion's going to have to figure out what to do here. As he's looking back, going to try and pop in the vehicle, maybe even eject from this. Yeah, the rest of the team's too far away. This is what I'm talking about. No. Just too separate, and there's nothing that he could do. They're down to 2 players, and they're just going to take off.
Yeah, and their saving grace for TSG was, I believe, straight out of Nepal, getting a knock onto KR Esports. Maybe even 2 of them knocked. We see him kind of dropping the smokes right now, but if straight out of Nepal is not there, you're getting wiped in 16. You're not even making it to the first zone closing. As of right now, obviously, we're seeing the shift, and oh my... Oh, man.
Oh, baby. Hey. Let's go.
Hey, the Michael Phelps are going to be coming out. I know PB wanted that today. Some sort of swim action, but these 2 squads, thankfully for them, they're center zone. But if you're TSG, you could have had 4 players up right now. You would have been dead center, had the pickings of the world in your hand, and now you got to play duo. You got to give it
up. That hurts to see, and that's what I'm talking about, is that all it takes is, you know, these kind of zones shifts to really, I think, wake you up and realize that, man, you know what, a lot of these early fights are just not worth it at this point. I think that if you're a team, you should hunt down those third parties in the early game, because you know what, it could be advantageous for you, maybe even camp a vehicle rotation. But if you're gonna third party, you have to realize it's all or nothing. We have to full send everybody, and if we can't win the fight in 30 seconds, let's just leave, go somewhere else.
And it's like you had already kind of lost one player, it seemed like, on the ridge line. Another kind of nemesis mirror deja vu action of saving Private Ryan. We're going for, you know, kind of evening the fight, and then you see the zone shift, and it's like, what the heck are we doing, guys? And you get zones like this. We're obviously going to say, you know, PUBG Mobile doesn't have any sort of luck and stuff like that, because this is the perfect example. It's your decision making before and after this of what you do in these prime positions. And for them, TSG, unfortunately, falling short of it all.
Yeah, falling short big time, man. It's so tough, especially now that we're at that latter second half of this tournament. Time is running short, that's for sure. And you do not want to be in the last game of this one here.
Yeah.
Because especially it's top 3 that make it. There's going to be half this lobby that realizes they have no mathematical chance of making it in. And if you're in the last game and you need 10 points, it's going to be absolute chaos on that last game. You're going to have players that are sad, going to rage quit, that are just going to try to just run in, push everything. And you're going to have some toxic players that are going to try and take you out. You do not want to be there. So I think that now more than ever, you gotta pretend this is the last day. You know, like when you're imagining as a kid, right? Like this is that 3-point line. You know, half a second on the clock. You got to make that shot.
Yeah, and I've been in that spot previously with Wildcard and the previous PMPLs. We've had it where we're 3-5 points away from making a few extra $1,000. For this, it's even larger stakes for that third place spot being up for grabs for over half the lobby to take. And then you wonder, what are these lower end teams doing? We had teams dropping on us on the very last game, us coming into zone with 0 meds. It's a matter of how you're able to adapt to certain situations, because you do have to remember, these lower end teams, maybe they want to get out of the lobby sooner. Maybe they don't want to keep it as competitive as it has been in the last 2 days because they don't have a shot. How these top teams, the experience, that's where it comes in, of being able to adapt and overcome these adversities, I guess you could say, and make sure that you don't miss out on the very last game.
Yes, sir, indeed. Not to mention, right, you're also going to have like those players that are going to realize that, hey, you know what, this isn't the team for me. I'm going to go out myself and just start fragging out like crazy, so that way I can kind of put something on my resume to hopefully get picked up by some one of these other squads. That happens too a lot, so we're going to see what happens here. Valak goes down early for ICU. ICU going to be stuck as a 3-man. That's going to be tough for them. Nate on this huge off angle once again. Like, I want to, like, this is a 3-man. Nate, just get with your squad. Just stay with your team. Stay together. You don't really need to be holding off angles at this point.
Yeah, I don't like any of this sort of isolation. They weren't even in zone here as well, so these people still having to find their way into the white parts of zones, not staying in the blue. But with a zone like this, the water is going to be taking out a bunch of playable area in the zone, congesting all of this edge, because at the end of the day, you're going to need to see how this shifts. If it goes to that west side, you're going to need to be anchoring up. If it goes to the east side, you're going to have to start fighting through even more teams, because with the water in play, that means everyone else is closer in the playable land, and you start seeing disasters strike, just like with Valak.
Exactly right. Let's see now is Rush starting to keep an eye on Golden Eagles. Oh, he's in trouble. Yeah, that nade definitely stung. Rush is going to, actually find some shots underneath the bus here. The smokes do come out. Actually, not a bus. It's a tractor. And it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, the wheels ain't saving them. And I mean, this is exactly what I said. You're trying to rotate through. The Golden Eagles just getting pieced out. He didn't even make it halfway through the field because all 4 players are able to shoot you. We see ICU as well off in the distance. They were able to get away, but all these teams are already losing casualties. We're actually down to 52 total players in the lobby, and we're only in stage 3. This is Miramar. This should be a map where we're seeing 16 teams alive, maybe 60 players at this part of the zone. And we're below that.
That's wild, and we're starting to see fights come out like crazy in zone number 3 here. It's an all-out war, but then again, yeah, this does have to do with this circle, right? The fact that the circle, a good almost half of it is taken up by the water, so that basically turns this into like a stage 5. So we're gonna see right now, Crow from Titan Gaming. You know, they had a great few Erangels on day 1, and then just fell off in Miramar. Let's see if they could break that curse and put something on the board here. They're down to 2 already, and Rin was the one that had those 2. So we're gonna see right now is Crow just gonna try to full send it into this circle, and it is not looking good.
Yeah, and I honestly kind of question if you're one of these squads, do you ever think of just sitting in the blue zone and tanking it? The zone shift happens, there's a lot less water, but it's not like there was any land really to play to begin with, so you're having to still fight these teams inside. Nemesis is trying to take that action, but the Panthers, being the opening knock, they get the second one as well, and unfortunately for Nemesis, they get the return jukes, but they have the players across the street. They're not able to come up and apply pressure, leaving TP to potentially get the reset.
Oh yeah, Berlin's gonna go for the rotation. I do like this though. If you're Nemesis, just full send it at this point. Might as well. Try to go make it something happen here. And if you lose to the Panthers, that's not gonna hurt you too bad since they're not in a position to try to pass you. So let's see what now is Berlin's gonna try to apply some pressure. Ooh. Berlin gets the knock onto Illusion, but gets knocked himself. It's all up to Spec by himself in the back line. What you gonna do, Spec?
Yeah, I mean, this is a player that can make the magic happen for the most part. 1 HP. I mean, imagine if he gets that down there. He goes for the 1v1 in my eyes in the building, but unfortunately now we're seeing the third parties kind of come in. The TP reset earlier on, being able to play wonders right now in Spec. I mean, 1v4 isn't able to make it happen. He has done that in the past.
Ouchie.
But the Panthers, this might be a big loss here, Jukes. The zone's already coming in. I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to get the reset here on Rush.
Oh, they should be able to. Yeah, the zone's going in a little slow. You can see him carrying him. He's going to pop him in that buggy. Or actually, no, right inside. Actually,
next
is he?
Right next to it.
I got him. There you go. And time to send it on into the circle. He's going to rush probably right here to this truck, maybe the dip. Nope, never mind. Meanwhile, we're going to see Reality down to their last player. It's Cash. He has 4 eliminations so far. Now going to finally start going for the resets here.
Yeah, and I mean, if Reality can get the full reset off, it would be a huge game for them because they don't really have that many teams around them. They force the 4v4 situation and ultimately end up winning it. But if you're the Panthers, you know, you got to find a way, and hopefully they're able to get everyone up here. But with the zone closing, it is already kind of like that stage 6 with the water in play, even though we're only in stage 4. These teams are going to have to start eliminating, and we're actually already down. I hate to say it, 35 players in the lobby.
Wow. Stage 4, 35 players. There's so much room on this map than normal. I mean, especially in Miramar, there's so much cover here. They're going to have a lot of room to play. So these teams could definitely push on in here. There's plenty of ways to get into the zone. So these teams that are playing Edge don't have much to worry about. They just got to play little by little. You don't want to be full sending here. And yeah, gonna have to go ahead and pop on back. Poppy 3 making it to his squad safely. All eyes are gonna be on them for sure. So let's see how the Panthers decide to move in here as a 3-man.
Yeah, I think you gotta kind of just find a spot. It seems like they're gonna just relax.
Just
take a deep breath. Let's look at the map. You know, let's smell the roses, or I guess the sand and stuff, so to speak, on the ground. But draw your little stars or your name with your finger, because you need to see how the next zone is. There's 15 seconds left. You have 3 people up, and you already have a few eliminations. If you don't know it, there's 11 teams eliminated, but depending how this shifts, you're either going to be working into Reality on the north side, or you're going to have to go south towards Strangers BD. And we're going to be seeing it right now. It actually shifts south away from all 3 of these teams towards the eastern side. So the Panthers going to be left with a difficult decision of which way on the map they want to rotate.
Ooh, let's see what they decide here. What do you think is the best rotation for them?
They got to go south. Even though you don't know Strangers BD is a duo, I guess you could say, it's the closest part in zone. Reality, you're going to assume, is going to rotate just east, like what they're looking at right now. They're already pinging it, because when you ping it, it shows up on the map. You can tell the distance yourself. You're going to let them make their own play, and then you allow that team on your south, the Panthers, to make their own move, and you fight them later on. But look at this. Reality actually going full fully into the zone on this hillside, still spreading out. I'm interested to see how KR Esports choose to play this, because I think they were thinking that spot was going to be theirs. Now they're going to be pressured out of zone.
I'm so surprised that they took so long to take it too. Like, why are they? I mean, with this few players still in the game, like, you should try to take a central position at this point. You know, instead they waited and played comfortable, waiting for the zone to push them in. And reality said, nah, we're not gonna mess around. Let's go ahead and try to win this one. And they took the initiative, and it paid off.
Yeah, I'm wishing too, these squads like SLR and stuff that have the solos, I wish they'd honestly would have gone to the water and play that Navy SEAL action, because a lot of people probably, they might have been watching the water, but if you do it right, you could have maybe gotten quite a few placements out and stuff like that. But now we're seeing it. You're having to kind of just make the mad dash in, play these sort of ridges, and I mean, it's still going to come down if you can hit the shots. And Maury running out of ammo. The Panthers, the team that moved in actually ahead of Strangers BD, being able to come out on top.
Looking good, looking good. And you can see Strangers BD, last player up. Yeah, just gonna try to make something happen here. But right now, looking at the lobby, SLR down to one player, not looking good. The other two top teams are already out of this, right?
Yeah.
So this is a chance. This is a big chance for these other teams to put up points on the board. And majority of them, Enigma, need that double-digit elimination chicken dinner. So I think we need to see a lot of them really start stepping up the aggression, especially a team like Straight Outta Nepal.
Yeah, Straight Outta Nepal, they're needing to get something rolling. They had a few decent starts to the day, but you're needing to keep it throughout it all, because if you're having teams like Titan Gaming go back-to-back, like they did day one, essentially, it's like, what? We got to start competing against that. We need to not leave it up to chance. And unfortunately, we're still seeing some of these silly mistakes. KR Esports self-nading on, I believe, just an aggression play from them. But these squads, I mean, you got to make it happen now. You can't wait till the last day, because those two teams, if they have good performances, even in the next game, they're almost solidifying them that spot. And then you look at SOR. Third place, we're looking at only 3 eliminations this game. Everyone else is getting the points right now, and you really wish it was them.
Dude, I don't know what's going on with SLR right now, but it ain't looking good. I'll tell you that right now. So we'll see who else is going to be able to soak up these serious elimination points. Every single one of these teams needs it. Where's the zone going? Will it head towards that center spot? It does. And look at that. Straight Out of Nepal, now looking really good.
Yeah, center spot. They get a few ridges they can look at and stuff like that. They're not completely sunken down in the bottom of the zone, I guess you could say, like TSG and SLR are. But you're looking at Dauntless. They hold that western side of the map. There's a few players just to the north as well. But it's all going to be a matter of when you choose to make these rotations. When do you choose to take the fights? Because if you wait too long, SON is going to be taking advantage of you. If you wait too early, or if you go too early, I guess you could say, you're going to be getting third party. So all this is going to come down to timing, and if they've actually played this sort of zone before, Jukes, all of it with their experience.
Yeah, let's see what is going to happen as we're going to look at that last player from SLR, just trying to survive at this point here. Ayuya and the rest of Control. This is the big team right here. Team Control are very, very close to breaking that top 3. So you could see them just amped right now. They don't have any eliminations, but that's okay, right? You could soak up all the eliminations here at the end of the game. Hayuya deciding to shoot. What? Why?
I don't know about that one. I'm questioning him.
That hurt.
I mean, he's hoping we didn't see that, and we definitely did, because he's out his own, Jukes. The player wasn't even in a spot. I think you could thirst him, and now KR Esports, they know this eastern side is them getting hawked on by, so they're actually forcing themselves into the zone. And I bet you right now, KR Esports is probably not going to peek at all.
Oh, they knew Hayuya saw them, and KR didn't even realize that he was there. He could have done something if they would have just been a little bit more patient. Sometimes that trigger discipline is just so huge. And let's see what he decides to do, though. Can he make the best of it?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, now he's just going to go ahead and leave. Yep. Or maybe just crest that hill.
I mean,
but this is what I'm saying. He's by himself, though. He could easily get knocked from back here. He's got to be careful. Just go with your squad.
Yeah, I mean, a minute 20, maybe he's thinking he's got time, but look, you already shot. You gave it away. As long as these other players that you're shooting at aren't forgetting about you, they have short-term memory loss or something, your spot's going to be useless.
It's just like, why I don't know why you're putting yourself in a position that where you could get knocked. Like if this game, like I always say this, right? There's a lot of positions where it's like a coin flip, and to win games, a lot of the times it's just reducing the amount of coin flips that you take, right?
Yeah.
So like right now, he's in a spot that if he gets knocked, he's gonna put his team in a very bad position. Just go down with your squad. Just be there. If you get knocked, your team can pick you up. Yeah, there you go. Hayuya.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Come on.
Let it go.
Come on, let's get it happening. We got 3 other teammates that are shooting. Thankfully, Remix is able to hit those shots, but be able to get the thirst. Thankfully, Ayuya is able to get it down, but Remix, though, now getting knocked. Thankfully for him being in the compound, Jigs, but, I mean, at that point, it's a matter of who KR would be looking at. If that was Ayuya in that position, he'd be dead to zone. There's no question about it.
So it ends up working out for now. You know, it's those little question marks that are tough. And I'll tell you what, as soon as we get to Brazil, man, if they catch you out there by yourself, you're gonna be in big trouble. Because what if KR decided to stand on that side?
Yeah.
And then they would have been in a 3v1 situation against him, and then crest down the hill against the rest of his squad. So yeah, little things like that, you got to be careful. But let's see what ends up working out here. As team control, they still have everybody up. Now they have to move into the next circle. 33 seconds on the clock. It's time to get looted up and ready to go. Where are they going to send it? Are they going to rotate down south? Yeah, it's got to be the only way. Yeah, that's the only chance they have. They have to go down the hill.
Yeah, and the trouble is, though, is that roadside on the south doesn't really have too much playable area. It looks like there's 2 solos as well. Dauntless might have an angle from the west as they creep their way in on top of Straight Outta Nepal. But these teams themselves, you're going to have to start taking the fights fast. And it looks like Control opting to go towards, I believe it was KR Esports here. All of them, I mean, look at it. Every single arrow from Straight Outta Nepal is just dead centered on this north side. And it's not even a 4v4. We've got Taco Lovers now coming in from the backside.
Here they go. And look at that. It's going to be SLR out of there. Now it's a chance for all these teams to soak up some serious points here to try and get into that top 3. Dauntless, keeping an eye out up top. They lose another player, though. That's good. That's not good. Salty and Klaus really need to start pressing this. Salty gets a knock on a Poppy 3-stit. That's huge. Now let's see what Klaus can do. Could this nade hit? If it does, that's going to be huge for Dauntless.
Yeah, I think they know where Illusion's at. As long as he can find it in the right part of the smoke, not throwing it actually to it. I'm wanting to see his teammates start ping spamming this rock, because at the end of the day, if you get this knock onto Illusion, it's safe to say you can get the reset behind you, but it doesn't matter. Klaus fishing out the players of the Panthers. Illusion will get the reset on his teammate, making this a 2v2 situation. But all these squads, they opted to take these fights, and it's going back and forth for him.
Frady got that Groza putting in work, and that's exactly what they need to do. I think they need to control this north side now. Control the top of the hill. You can see them shooting some shots at that buggy just in case. Robert's focusing on the down end, though. They got to make sure they don't split their resources here. Focus on one team at a time. But it's so difficult on this edge. There's not a lot of coverage here, so they got to play this very careful. Robert cannot afford to get knocked in the situation.
Yeah, I think an even bigger issue as well would be if that Straight Outta Nepal player gets thirsted out. I do believe Wolf is going to get reset. That would be a tremendous loss for him if there was to be the case. But Taco Lovers, they are able to camp out the Panthers with the help of Dauntless, eliminating them in 6th place. We're down to the top 5 teams. We still have a solo on that south side, but the rest of these squads kind of just grasping for where the heck all these other players are.
Yeah, it's Straight Outta Nepal are in the best spot when it comes to central zone, but it's also very difficult to hold. So right now they got to focus just to not get knocked. Straight Outta Nepal could easily win this if they can control this spot, because everybody else is going to have to fight it out. But if they get pushed up on, it's going to be tough. That angle now taken away from 3 Sheeps, that's going to be huge. So now Control are in a really good position here. Taco Lovers with only 2 left could be a problem as well. But right now, I think it's really between Control, Straight Outta Nepal, and Dauntless there on the south.
Yeah, I think it's kind of how these sort of zones play out and when people choose to move up, because this is stage 8. After this, you know, it's going to be the deciding factor. Team Control does have that cliffside to the east of Straight Outta Nepal, so they theoretically do have a way into the compound. If it works out, you have to deal with Taco Lovers having the overwatch on the north side, and then if you wrap too far to the south, you have Dauntless having their eyes set on any sort of movement in the compound. So the pressure is going to be on Straight Outta Nepal, I think. Can you keep these teams at bay enough for you to either get the eliminations or soften them up enough for the other teams while not losing your own teammates.
Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. Is this clock is starting to tick here. 5 seconds left. You can see Team Control all bunched up here, right here at this hill. They have no other option. And now we're at stage 9, folks. This zone's going to come down to nothing. Straight out of Nepal are just holding it down. Team Control with that nade. Yep, instantly starting to push. They got to watch out, though. Just WDC him? He did. But that allowed Hayuya to get that push up. And now here they come. Full sending it under the building. And look at this. Straight out of Nepal are so split.
Wow.
Oh, that nade, though, was critical. That knock on the Hayuya was huge.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. We also see Dauntless was making their own smoke trail on that southwestern side, breaking it into straight on Nepal. And I think SON just focused too much on too many different angles. Team Control just running up, getting the thirst. We see Remix as well, putting some pressure on the backside. As long as Control doesn't force the 1v1s, I picture them getting this, but Wolf is taking it himself. 1v1 situation. Now he's 1 HP, getting body blocked. I really like that play out of the teammate. Getting the pre-fire. SON eliminated in 4th place. We do have Dauntless on the bottom side of the hill. Team Control getting the reset with the 2 solo players of Taco Lovers spread out outside on the edge.
You said it best, man. Team Control, all they had to do was avoid the 1v1s, and that's exactly what they get themselves into. And because of that, they end up losing 2 players. Now Team Control is up to the will of Dauntless. It is a 1v2 situation, though. Klaus said, no, sir, I'm taking this one here. And now it's up to him against versus Taco Lovers. Klaus trying to win this game all by himself.
Yeah, and he's rushing it. I mean, Taco Lover's 2v1 spot. The P90 was on Thursday. He gives the opening knock.
Oh, the nade!
Doesn't see it. He's healing on the outside. So big win for the Taco Lovers. The squad itself having those 2 players left alive. They
love tacos.
Out. They actually spread out on that hillside. And I'm glad it wasn't a caster curse this time, PB. I'm always excited.
Let me unmute here. Yeah, we got an amazing finish there at the end. That ended awfully abruptly. I felt like I was watching it over here. I felt like straight out of Nepal had that in the bag. The zone was like centered on him, centered on him. And you guys called it when they were trying to hold too many different angles. You literally could see the mini map. There was 4 circles, like in a perfect quadrant with all arrows looking in different directions. And it was just like, oh, so hard for one person to hold off like a whole team, like Control coming in over the edge. Ultimately, Taco Lovers able to get it done there. They were going up against some strong squads. Taco Lovers just had 2 in that final circle, and they were able to persevere and get it done. That's a big win for them. We were talking earlier today, Hot Jukes, about Taco Lovers needing to start ranking because they were getting the elims, but they weren't getting the placements, and they finished this one with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, beautifully done for them. I mean, I think it was really fortunate. I mean, they got a good position and just kind of were able to third party that situation. But I think you're totally right. I think straight out of Nepal could have had that one in the bag if they decided to not just play it too safe. And that's what I'm saying is that these teams are playing these crazy splits like it's mid game. When it's end game, they should have just bundled up together, said, hey, let's just go clear this back. This is easy. Let's just throw some nades on this little crest of the hill. Should be an easy chicken dinner. But nope, they stayed in those buildings. They got punished for it.
You know what I'm noticing here is, if I'm Titan Gaming, are they just an Erangel team? What's going on here? We saw them go from first to last, dead last in this one. Titan Gaming, 16th in Miramar, so not exactly what they were hoping for. And of course, here I picked them, getting shot out of the monster trucks early on against the likes of Four Bros too, going up against them. Got a couple early on. Enigma, what'd you see from Titan Gaming, and then I guess the rest of the crew here on Miramar for this first match?
I think a lot of them were struggling with how that zone ended up in that first 2 or 3. We're talking half of it was in water. You're forced to take these earlier engagements, and it's like how Hot Chick said, these teams are playing these mid games, early games phenomenally, but then they keep that sort of mindset into the end game.
Wow.
Wanting to see that sort of shift go on in reality. I mean, they had a few nice shots going on, but a lot of these teams end up having those sorts of shots themselves. Only ultimately, though, it's just Taco Lovers being able to keep it together until the very end.
That was an incredible crash by Cash a moment ago. He just sent it over the wall, crashed on one guy, and then snapped to 2 others. Impressive stuff from him. Actually, looks like Hollow there from Three Sheep, able to make it deep into this game. They actually finished in 5th place, so a solo making it all the way to the end of the game, pretty much. Impressive stuff. But here it is, straight out on Nepal, trying to hold the teams off. Wolf OP doing a pretty good job here, and ultimately he makes a decision. I'm going to secure 1 extra point, and we'll see how that, ends up playing out at the end of the tournament. But I feel like that might be a moment that they regret instead of trying to win the fight. We'll see, though. It's really easy to armchair quarterback that once it's all over with. But Klaus having a chance to go 1v1 here, or 1v2, and almost gets it done. And ultimately, 24K versus Klaus, the nade, getting the job done here. Klaus takes a seat, and Taco Lovers emerges victorious in our game number 11. On top of the leaderboards for, I believe, the 2nd time as well. So we're starting to have multiple teams now end up on top, and Taco Lovers getting it done here. Game number 5 of the day. Dauntless in 2nd place. They needed this one big time. But again, Titan Gaming on bottom and Super Lazy Reflex picking up their 4th point of the game, and that's only their 5th of the day. So let's take a peek at the overall standings and see how things are shaking up heading into our 12th and final game of the day. And 2 teams now have cleared 100 points, and we've got a newcomer into the top 3. Super Lazy Reflex down to 5th place, Enigma. What do you make of the top of the leaderboards now?
I mean, it's not what I expected, to say the least, in terms of that 3rd place spot, but Team Control and Taco Lovers surpassing SLR. Straight out of Nepal, of course, has been performing pretty well in the eliminations department, but the rest of these squads, I mean, it's a big point gap from 3rd to 2nd, just under 20. And then we go from that sort of 4th place spot down looking at 8th. That's another almost 20 points there. So these squads, they need to hopefully finish off strong in this last game to even have a shot at that top 3 finish going into tomorrow's last few games. But this bottom half, I mean, Dauntless, they did get a few points, but they're still on the bottom half, showing that level of inconsistency, unfortunately, here in the last 2 days.
Well, it's really interesting. If you look at the top 11, I think they have a shot at this point to still move on. The top 2 have kind of started to distance themselves a little bit. Titan Gaming way out front right now. We've got Nemesis in 2nd place. Again, they're way out in front as well. But 3rd place, we've got a newcomer to the position in Taco Lovers, and in 4th place, just 4 points behind, we have Team Control. So again, it's definitely not out of reach to get into the 3rd place spot. That's all teams are trying to do to get to Brazil. And again, that's what we're playing for here this weekend. We are almost done with today's action. We've got 1 more game left, and then it's all down to tomorrow. That's going to be the big money games where everything's on the line. That trip to the next stage, Hot Jukes, that LAN tournament. Tell us what these players have got to be feeling right now as far as the pressure's concerned.
Oh, I tell you what, these teams like in that 11th place position, right, and on up in that area, they got to be feeling the pressure like crazy right now, because I think for them, it's chicken dinner time right here and now, or it's nail in the coffin. I'm not even kidding, because in my eyes, they don't even have 6 matches tomorrow. They have maybe, if they're lucky, 5, because the last game of the day is going to be crazy. There's going to be so many teams that know they're not going to make it, and it's just going to be straight up shenanigans. You cannot rely on points to the last game. So if you know what you're doing, I think that you need to realize that, hey, we got to get a double-digit elimination chicken dinner right here if we want to have a chance. Otherwise, we're not going to Brazil.
It's interesting. I completely agree. I'm looking at the standings still. Straight out of Nepal continues to climb, right? They didn't get the chicken dinner last game. We thought they were in a good position to take it home. They didn't get it, but ultimately they put more points up on the board. And I got to say, they've been one of the most consistent teams of day 2 so far. And they're sitting in 6th place right now. They're only 13 points out of 4th. And 17 off of the cutoff line right now. I wonder if they're going to continue to make a move. Again, they clutched up last week in order to even be here. I've really liked seeing their aggressiveness and their style of play so far today. So I've got my eyes on straight out of Nepal as we continue to kind of move things forward. Anything that you noticed on Miramar this first time around, Enigma, that we've got to be keeping an eye on for the second time, or something that a team might want to clean up?
Well, for the most part, you're wanting to look at kind of how these teams rotated. I stress it time and time again. These teams are thinking of the same things over and over. Let's break that bubble. Let's get out of that comfort zone and try some sort of rotation that's something new, because we looked at Nemesis. I thought they'd maybe be performing well. Obviously, my eyes were set on Taco Lovers, but Nemesis didn't perform well. Titan Gaming didn't perform well. And you bring back that discussion of consistency. The top 3 teams all have shown it, and they're doing it over 2 days. Straight out of Paul, it's great they're doing it today, but are they going to be able to do it tomorrow? Because a lot of these teams, they're consistent in maybe 2, 3, 4 games, but these other teams are in that 6, 8, 9 range for consistency.
It's really interesting when you look at the way the rankings shake out right now as well. You've got so many different teams that are all competing. And like Juke says, I think there's got to be a level of urgency right now for teams to go out and get it done this game before kind of looking at the day 3 games. We want to make our note now. Because ultimately there's too many teams that you're competing with in that middle of the pack. It's not just like there's a couple of teams. There's like 7 teams right now shooting for that 3rd place spot. So we'll keep an eye on things. Why don't we shoot for some predictions here for our final game of the day? Enigma, I'm going to start with you, my friend. Who is going to take home our final game of day 2?
I called them out just now. Lackluster on Miramar when yesterday they popped off, so I'm going Nemesis on the final match. I'm wanting to see them, as much as I'd like to see a lower team get it, I need to see them get the things together because I know every single one of those players have the experience to get it done.
All right. Not Nemesis getting locked in. Hot Jukes, who are you going to pick? Better not be the same one as me.
I'm going to go with ICU Gaming. And the reason why is because they need it. They need this chicken dinner here right now if they want to make it a top 3. I think they have an excellent early game, but towards the end, these guys just keep falling apart. And it has to do with these crazy splits. If they could just play together and just go back to like old school PUBG Mobile, hey, 4-man squad, rush a building, I think we can see them easily in the top 3 here, but they need a chicken dinner here and now in order to do so.
I don't know, Jukes. I feel like that one's a long shot right now. ICU's got 12 rank points in the whole tournament. We played 11 games. That's 1.08 points per game. 10? Might be a bit of a stretch. They got a 10x what they've done so far on the rank side of things. I want to see Control take it here in game number 12, and the reason why is none other than the drama. I want to see another team get that chicken dinner and jump into the top of the rankings. Again, Control sitting just 4 points out of 3rd place right now. They're right behind the Taco Lovers, and I feel like they've been right behind SLR, 2 points away basically all day long. And so this match is theirs to win. Let's see how Control can piece it together. We saw how Yuya and them towards the end, maybe a little loosey-goosey on their formations, but they were there. They had a chance to get it done. So I want to see Control take it here for our 12th game of the tournament. We are just getting ready for the last game of the day. We have Miramar. It's game 12. Hot Jukes and Enigma take us into the action.
Let's get it, baby. Last game of the day. And a must win for so many of these teams, Enigma. I said it here. I think these teams, I'm talking about 11th place on up to maybe even like 8th, even ICU. I think if they don't win a game here, it's over.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, you got to remember, you got to be able to sleep at night tonight. Coming in tomorrow, you got to make sure you're well rested. And if you're thinking back after the 2 days and you're not on that front half, maybe not even getting close to a win. I mean, PB said it itself. It was 11, 12 placement points as a squad for ICU. You get the eliminations, but what are we thinking of after 10 minutes into the match?
Yeah.
We're needing to keep this sort of momentum going. And that's a squad where I hold them in such a high regard because they've played for so long together. They understand that there's errors and stuff like that happening. Why are we not seeing changes yet? Coming out of this game, if they don't perform well, I mean, they're going to need to essentially pop off every game tomorrow or they're not going to have a shot in that top 3.
Yeah, something needs to happen in that squad. Either the IGL needs to just really just kind of crack the whip on them and say, hey, let's get it going, guys. Like, we cannot afford these crazy splits. Nate, stay close to the squad. I would almost tell him to hug one of the teammates at this point. Because if they could just do that, they have the gun skill. We see them win so many fights when they work together. But when they do these crazy splits or one person pushes out by himself, they get picked apart, then the other person has to res them, and then it just all falls off after that. So yeah, they definitely need to get it done because they have been playing together for way too long to be making these silly mistakes.
Yeah, and I think this match, we see the map right now, the playing path, they got their spot at Hacienda, but they are dead center in this first zone. It's going to be a matter of what they choose to play, I think, early on. Because in my eyes, I'm seeing it center around here. I don't think it's going to be any of these hard shifts like before, but we're seeing a repeat of the last game. Black Mamba on the coattails of KR, and look at that shot around as he was going through the door. Nice shots from Summer. Hot Chicks, this is a player from last day of play, I guess you could say, where when they needed someone to step up, Summer was the person, but unfortunately, big nades out of the KR squad.
Just like that, man. Oh, KR doing a great job of bouncing back here. Uh-oh, you know, with that SKS, having a single tap it. That's not a bad gun to have in CQC. A couple bullets is all it takes to get the knock.
You wish you had an automatic. They're running across the doors, and now you're spamming it. KR Esports, not sure. It looks like they're going to keep all 4 players up. Unfortunately, Black Mamba eliminated early on the final match of game 2. So unfortunate to see, but if you're KR Esports, it's still putting a bit of wind in your sails. You got 4 points on this match. Can you carry it over into the end game? And 4 bros again, Hot Chicks. I feel like we're kind of just a broken record at this point, saying the same exact thing over and over.
Yeah, it's over for 4 bros and Black Mamba. They're done for the tournament. So at this point, it's just about them just spoiling other teams. And right now, they're trying to hurt the Golden Eagles even more. And Golden Eagles aren't necessarily... Yeah, they're in that 11th place. Literally that team that needed that chicken dinner. And now, yeah, they're down to 2 players. I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin for them as well.
Yeah, and it's really just tragic to see because, you know, we've seen a lot of these teams perform well, but ultimately at the end of the day, this is when it matters most. And the Golden Eagles, they are getting some points, but it's not without loss. They already lost a player. Now it's going to look like they're going to lose 2 teammates. And we talk about full sending and stuff like that, but if you only have 2 players after it all, what are you really going to be doing?
Like, what are you doing? Why didn't you just run up? Like, why did what are you doing running backwards? Does he not have a weapon or something? Yeah. Like, just send it.
He's got a vest, but now 4 bros, they get the reset. It's lackluster.
Send it. Just run in. Just run in. Yep. You got no choice at this point. You let him get these reses off. It's over. Yep.
Oh.
Gonna have to make something happen here. Door open. Tries to jump through the window maybe on accident. Okay. Trying to pull off some shenanigans.
I mean, they're all low. I could see it happening. There it goes 1.
Use that other one.
Maybe 2. But that's 2. Oh! And
let's go! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, shoot those boxes, baby. That's what. Let them know. That's what I'm talking about. That's the play so far of the day in my eyes.
Yeah, and you got to kind of wonder, you know, what is Golden Eagles' mindset going to be coming into tomorrow? Because if you run the Miramar back, you know 4 bros, they're not making it. They're looking to drop on specific teams. And I honestly kind of wonder if you'd even want to shoot the boxes there, because then you get your name written in their book, I guess you could say.
Yeah, why
teams
not,
they're wanting to aim at. But Golden Eagles, you know, nice one from them. Great 1v3 action. Here's a little bit of a replay of what went down at the start. 2 of them actually landed on that brick building, getting that return knock. And ultimately, this ended up being just a 1-for-1 trade around the whole compound, Jukes.
Yeah, I think that if you're Golden Eagles, though, I think you got to shoot the boxes here in this scenario. And I'll tell you why in a second as we watch this play back. Look at that. Switching to the M16. Brap, 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 brap. Getting it done. Oh, beautiful. And yeah, the reason why I say shoot the boxes is because, let's be real, Golden Eagles, they're not going to make it to top 3. It's just not going to happen.
Come on.
They're not going to make it, right?
Let them spread their wings, Jukes.
It's not going to happen. I am the big lover of the caca, but you know what? It's just not going to happen today. So I think that if you're a player like Ket here, you know what? Just show out, right? Go by yourself, make some crazy plays like we just saw, make a name for yourself. And then who knows, right? We could see maybe a pickup by a team that is making it to Brazil. Something like that could happen. And I think it's good to just kind of pat your resume here at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen countless times again. I mean, Coops is obviously the big one. An NA superstar goes and he plays in a different region. He's still able to perform there and stuff like that. And that's solely off of its individual performances from his previous tournaments. So these players, it's not like Coops is anything crazy. If you feel like you are able to go against him when he was in NA, everyone here should have that mindset of playing until the last life. Playing until that last match. And unfortunately, our region, some of the players lose that along the way. And a lot of these players, if you're going into Americas, you need to have that mindset that your stuff doesn't sink and you can handle it with the best.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the crazy part about this game is that, like, for anybody that's new or anybody that's watching, that's trying to like become a professional esports player, when you get an opportunity like this, and you realize that it's not going to work out with your team, because that happens, right? It does happen where you just join a squad and maybe the other guys don't have what it takes, or at the end of the day, you know what? People have life. If you're new, some of them got jobs, families, and they just don't have the time to invest.
Yeah.
You know what? But if you do, the only way you can really make a name for yourself is through that elimination counter. Unfortunately, we can't hear comps, so we can't tell who's the best IGL. You know, we can't hear that kind of stuff, but we can see who's getting eliminations. We can see who's able to get a 1v3, and everybody wants a fragger. Everybody wants somebody that can get those eliminations, no matter what team or what organization you are. And we see players like Coops, right? Sometimes even joining squads that he doesn't even speak the same language as. You know?
Yeah.
So, like, if you're one of those guys, you just frag out of your mind. Just go for those eliminations. And sometimes you really got to think about your own career in that situation.
Yeah, and the careers, I mean, that's the name of it all. PUBG Mobile has been around for years. Obviously, there's that age restriction. Maybe you're too young to play, but you've been able to absorb and kind of understand the science behind what these players think about, whether it's our region, whether it's regions like China, or South America, or Japan's Super League even itself. You're able to absorb all that, apply it to your game. That's how players turning from that rough sort of rock into diamonds.
Absolutely. And by the way, you got your prediction right last game. Way to go.
Hey,
Taco lovers got that chicken dinner. Beautifully done. And that was one of the teams I wanted to see do it. I said it at the start. You know, I wanted to see one of those squads get a good game in and challenge and pass up SLR, because SLR, man, today, this has to be one of the biggest fall-off performances I've seen in a long time. I am so shocked to see a team like SLR perform like they did today. I don't know what happened.
This is an awesome skin, by the way. I've actually never seen this one.
Yeah. What is? I've never seen it either. What is it, like a snack truck?
Yeah, we're looking like a snack truck with like the octopus on top. That's kind of sick. 24K. Dave and I noted it yesterday. He was skinning everyone's vehicles, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry, guys, it's on me." So 24K is the player in the lobby, it seems, that has all the skins. But back to it itself, the reason why, chat, all these players are moving and stuff like that is because the hard shift basically is touching the edge. It pulled all the way to the east, just north of Junkyard. And for the most part, we were just bashing SLR. They do take up a central position. We'll have to see if they're able to make the most out of it.
Alrighty then. Let's see what is going to happen here and who's going to win this game. This is more what we like to see, you know, just kind of like a slow start and then just the action ramp up like crazy towards the end. So I think teams are definitely recognizing like what is at stake, right? A lot of them realize that we need a chicken dinner here, so let's play a little bit more passive. And guess what? The teams that you see eliminated are the teams that know they're down and out. So this is why I keep saying, right, the last game of the day of the tournament is going to be just like this. We're going to see a lot of these teams just go out so fast because they just, you know what, they just want to get it over with. And it's unfortunate to see, but that's just that's the name of the game.
Yeah, that Erangel earlier too, where it's, you know, that 8th, 9th party at the same compound, like that's going to be it on probably after that first Erangel coming out of tomorrow. And for this match, people are already starting it early. They're not even waiting till the third day. They're kind of doing that, I wouldn't even say a grief mindset, just carefree sort of play, but there's still a lot on the line for a lot of these teams. Anyone on that first page of my eyes can still make it. Obviously, the top 2 teams have maybe solidified a bit more of their chance of making top 3, but your third place, you got to start keeping that consistency going, or else another team's going to steal it right in that last match.
Oh, and they're going to take it so quick, man. I mean, we're seeing teams really take advantage of these situations now. Titan Gaming, we saw them and Erangel just dominate, but in Miramar, not able to replicate their gameplay. And, you know, there's, at the end of the day, I said at the start of this tournament, I only want representatives that I believe in to be in Brazil. Okay? Yeah. So I'm going to keep it real with you right now. Teams that I'm looking at, straight out of Nepal, right? If they continue to play the way they played that last game, I don't want to see them in Brazil. They're just not ready yet. And the reason why I say that is because they had that last game. Like, you don't get the zone very often. When you do, you have to maximize that opportunity. You have to win the game with crazy eliminations. And I always say this, at the high level, you have to have your aggression and passiveness like a light switch between all 4 players. And they just refuse to flip that aggression switch on. And because of that, they lost. And that's when I see that kind of hesitancy, it really makes me just not confident in what they can do. So they have all that ability, but maybe it could be that game was that lesson they learned, and then they finally switched it on. But you know what? I got to see it first.
Yeah, and Titan Gaming and Nemesis, they have that aggression switch on a lot of the time, but we see it as well where people aren't able to play that passiveness back. People get a little too over the top, and we can see it here with Dauntless. Rotation into zone completely in front of his squad. There's no way in heck you're getting revived here. You got to cut the losses. Please don't go for the Saving Private Ryan play here. Just leave him there. Play as the 3-man. I get he's in the zone, but look at that. There's 4 players at TP just staring at him.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see what's going to happen here as Dauntless, start to put those shots onto the Panthers. Dauntless and the Panthers are so close together. Both of them really need this chicken dinner. So we'll see what happens as Klaus is going to try to go for this res. He knows it's risky.
Yeah, I think Guancho got a knock off to the side on TP, but there's still 3 players up. I'm not sure if Dauntless will be able to get this reset off. And Klaus, I mean, he's trying everything he can. He's throwing smokes in front. He's throwing smokes on the body to try to get the reset, but looks like he is going to finally make it to the car. It is blown up, thankfully, so he doesn't have to worry about getting off the revive here yet, because 10 seconds is a lot in a lot of this play zone. And I mean, we're talking wasted meds, armor, utility. Look at this. He doesn't have any smokes actually left.
He sure doesn't. No smokes at all. Oh, things not looking too good as Klaus.
Wow.
I thought he was going to be able to get out of there. He's not. Payne's going to get thirsted. So they are going to end up losing that player. And it's little plays like that make or break you. And that one play right there could be literally them going to Brazil or not.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the squad where they've had a few good games, but they've really fumbled. Klaus now being the next one, knocked that stellar player on the squad, but they drive, they get the reset, but then they go straight over the hill. They didn't even know KR Esports was behind them either. They knew where ICU was, but really just making questionable decisions. The zone shift does happen. It centers up in the center, Jukes. And a lot of these teams that are on the edge are already down to those duos, those trio squads against these 4-mans that have been able to play that reserved way. They're able to kind of come in and be like, yeah, we're the big dogs in the lobby right now.
Well, let's just see how the big dogs are going to bark here in this scenario, because you got to still finish the game, right? You can't just let off the gas. And you can see Titan Gaming are doing exactly that. 5 eliminations so far. They are a shoe-in for Brazil. So at this point, Titan Gaming need to play this tournament as though they are already there at the next stage. Like, that's the best advantage of being so high up on the leaderboards. You can practice. And I'll tell you what. This is not a scrim. This is a tournament. So everyone's playing their absolute heart out. So this is the best practice you could possibly wish for. So Titan Gaming, I would not be shocked to see them try something different. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe if they do an unorthodox push or, something like that, I would actually be happy to see that, because I would see them, just trying to put in some work for what's going to happen. These splits, though, they don't need to practice that, in my opinion.
Yeah, they got to kind of work on that. I think just 4-man play together. They're good at doing these little 2-2 plays, but as soon as one of them gets caught lacking, the other one soon follows, and it all kind of just fumbles apart. So these squads right now, they're kind of having to work against themselves. Nemesis, unfortunately, not being able to fight in zone. KR Esports, the team that's actually matching Titan Gaming right now with 5 eliminations, putting the pressure on Nemesis.
Oh boy, Berlin getting knocked. Nemesis not looking good as they're down to just Spec. He's gonna try and drive off into the blue zone, getting shot at, not looking good. And Spec maybe even, actually rotated to go for the res. Wow, and he might just get it off.
Yeah, I mean, he's not making it in the open. He realized he has a bit of time left, but he just had his teammate get knocked there. Look at the Kobe's coming down. They're all doing damage. You're needing one bad bounce to go your way to get it going, and look at that. I mean, it's still just raining down.
Just
not
push.
in zone.
Just push.
And all of them hit the vehicle. Are you even going to be able to take that into the zone, Jukes?
KR, just push. I don't know why they're waiting here. Like, just push it and clean these out. Like, that's crazy to me. All right, now they're going to try to get these shots off, but they let them live for too long, in my opinion. Let's see if they can pop them out the vehicle. Oh, that was a headshot. That was nice. Yes.
Yeah, but still they didn't get the knock, and Nemesis, I guess, gets the reset. KR actually lost a player at some point, but if you're against Nemesis, you know it's them. Spec is still alive. I could see him getting 1 or 2 knocks on the pull-up.
I just don't get it.
KR, I think, just a little bit too much on the brakes.
I have no idea why. I mean, you are in 12th place, KR. Do you realize where you're at? Like, you need every elimination you could possibly get. Like, just full send them. Full 3. If you go out, you go out. Like, you need to get every elimination here. You're so down on the leaderboards. If you were in 4th place, I would understand. Like, okay, you're trying to play it safe, you know? But you need 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner to be even having a chance tomorrow.
Yeah, and we're talking there's still 11 teams alive. It's only 40 players, but Nemesis, they try to make the rotation. Spec was forced out. Only Berlin's going to make it in, if that, for a while. And KR, you know, I guess they get the 1, but that could have been 2 there. They could have had more time to set up in zone. And maybe this doesn't affect them too much in the long run, but it's always that matter of what if it did? Why did we choose not to do this sooner? And we see it time and time again where that really bites these players in the butt of making these decisions too lackadaisical.
Yeah, my favorite thing in the world is to watch teams like IGLs that have a great awareness of the game and are able to just change their play style completely just due to what is at stake, right? And if I'm here and realizing that, oh yeah, we have 46 points, we're pushing everything, dude. We're pushing everything. If we go out, we go out. But we have to, because that's the only chance we have. But let's see what everyone else decides to do. Like, honestly, if you're Titan, you should be doing the same thing, because why not? Like, you are so high on the leaderboard. If you just pushed a team like Black Mamba and went out, who cares?
Yeah, and I think we can see on the right side right here with the battle tracker, a lot of these teams, Ryan, SLR, ICU, including Taco Lovers, they only have 1 or 2 eliminations. They're trying to keep all 4 players alive. And SLR, they're holding the south side, but at the moment, a lot of these teams are still trying to keep their whole squad together. This last match is going to come down to who's maybe overextending and who's not. KR Esports finally gets the elimination onto Nemesis. That will be them out with 0 eliminations to their name. But the main question is going to be how these teams fight coming into this zone.
That is definitely going to be the question. And let's just see how that is going to go down here, because things are definitely starting to look interesting, as we're going to see Kindness from Super Lazy Reflex. Maybe SLR finally decided to show up here, as they have 3 eliminations so far, looking real good. Here comes the push on Reality. Koi up front. Where is their 4th player? Why is he over there?
Overwatch, I mean, I don't even know if he's going to get shots down. Reality's backing up, and SLR, when you start peeking over the hill, the Overwatch is useless.
They're going to leave him. They're going to go into zone.
And
he's not even in center zone.
Nothing, but I guess that's better than nothing. I mean, I'd rather have him be able to support his team, but not finding knocks on a Titan Gaming, it's a lot of too many question marks.
I don't get it. Okay, yeah, he blew up the vehicle, which is great. All right, now you got to put some pressure on Titan Gaming. Do you have a vehicle to even get down at this point? Like, that's my question.
I mean, hopefully he's a GOAT or something, you know, but for the most part, SLR now, though, is looking to take the aggression onto Reality still. The zone is close enough for them to peek over, but if Koi is giving the opening, thankfully Kindness is there next to them to get to that return knock, but SLR, they're all stuck on the edge. You always have to worry about the third party at this point.
That is correct. You gotta worry about it. Let's see what happens here as Kindness goes down. White Ellie keeps trying to get these reses off, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. So let's see. He's gonna be able to focus now onto Pain. Oh, spotted him, got him.
Nice.
So yeah, take that point. You need every single one you can get.
Yeah, looking a little sloppy there, but they will be able to keep all 4 players up. They actually have 5 eliminations to their name. We can see on the top right of the screen that the zone isn't too far away from them either. It's a matter of if they choose to try to regroup with Juan on this eastern side, or if they try to just kind of condense out on the south side. But a lot of these teams, it's centered up, meaning everyone on the edge. I'm looking at ICU. I'm looking at Taco Lovers, and I'm looking at the Panthers. Gonna have to start making the move in.
Yes, they are. Gotta start moving. And let's see just how quick they're gonna go ahead and start stepping on in. As SLR trying to retain that top 3. We know that this team has the names, right? They have that name power to get it done. That's for sure. I mean, but man, what a terrible day for them. I mean, it's an absolutely atrocious performance. Something we never want to see from a squad of this caliber. So let's see if maybe they were just asleep the whole time and finally decided to wake up.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just a mental reset button. Maybe it was jammed or something. It took them 5 games essentially to do it, but hopefully with this game, they're able to reach at least into that top 3 with their positioning and having 4 players. Because if not, I mean, you're going to be looking back on the day and being like, what the heck did we just do?
What have we done?
We're really going to be throwing this right now.
Oh, hey, well, you know what? Throwing it, they did. But maybe they're not trying to have a complete throw. Maybe they're finally decided to, maybe they were doing some intentional throwing. Could you imagine? Right? Yeah. They were just saying, you know what? Let's just challenge ourselves hard. Let's throw 5 matches. I mean, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. That's for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that, to say the least. But hey, I mean, to each their own with that sort of thing. We're going to be taking a look at ICU. They were the team that landed in Hacienda. They barely had to move all game, holding this western side, and they do actually have 4 players alive still, 4 eliminations to their name, so they're in a prime spot. Actually, one of the only 3 teams left in the lobby with a full 4-man. So the zone shift, we're still seeing some stragglers coming into zone, Titan Gaming being one of them, unfortunately going against the 4-man of SLR, with them only being 2.
Oh boy, here they go as Koi now putting on some pressure on an inactive. Oh, almost gets shot up. Have to go into that buggy real quick. Does make it on over to his teammate. Yes, so he's safe for now. And where is that 4th player of SLR? Goodness gracious, this is getting crazy because things are starting to ramp up here. You can see Crow and Titan Gaming looking to put up some points. 10 already eliminations. Haven't talked about it too much, but these guys are just continuing their championship run here for this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, they're 6th place as well. They finally kind of put the pieces together on Miramar with getting the eliminations, getting those placement points. And unfortunately for them, they are against SLR. Does have the utility usage inactive, actually down to 1 HP as well. The mollies come through as well. Not finding him just yet, but when you're in this spot, it's only a matter of time before you're eliminated. We're down actually now 8 eliminations on the squad. The zone is just about a shift as well, and it's a matter of where it goes. Straight center, Jukes.
Uh-oh, it's starting to look crazy here. Let's see what happens as we are getting a very exciting circle here towards the end. Dead center.
How do they move, though? We're seeing SLR. They're opting on that east side, Jukes. ICU's on the west. They haven't noticed just yet with the Panthers just to the north. And I'm looking at Taco Lovers right now. They're the team that's ISO'd out. They have no way into the zone. Who are they going to decide to push?
That is the question. Who are they going to decide to push? Indeed. As we take a look now, Melatonin looking off to the side here, not able to spot nothing. The Panthers, man, they need this win bad. The control, hey, Team Control, that's the team that PB picked, I believe, right? Let's see what they can do. And ICU Gaming still alive. That they do have, I believe, 1 player. Oh, actually, Nate gets a nice knock there onto Sheep. That's a huge one.
Yeah, but the big thing is it's yet again ICU, the spearhead player, getting knocked. SLR as well. They had control of all that southern side, aggressing onto ICU as they're getting the reset. So it's a matter of, does SLR have the utility still? If they do, and you're ICU, you're going to be put on the back foot. You got to worry about Taco Lovers now coming up behind you, as well as SLR peeking over and really raining terror on your squad.
Let's see right now as Papi Tristes just trying to clear his back. That is the thing you're supposed to do right there. You always want to clear those edges out just to see if there's any stragglers. Okay, now realizing that there's not, needs to start focusing on inwards now. Let's see what happens as ICU is definitely in a good position here. But SLR, I mean, they have this spot. They should just continue to win this game, but they got to focus everybody on one person. Instead, Kindness going off to the side gets knocked, and now that opens the door up for these teams.
Yeah, and it's a matter of if Juancho gets knocked here or not. He's got to be the one that gets the reset, and he's got to get this either finish or a knock with utility himself, but doesn't even look like he's peeking the hill at all. ICU just forced to kind of turtle up on the edge, and look at this. SLR still is holding the spread against all these teams. The high ground is just raining terror on everyone, and unfortunately, it's just a matter, I think, of when ICU is going to get punished or not.
Let's see what they could do. They're not out yet right now. If one of the teams pushes SLR, ICU could third party, but they have to really hope for that situation to happen, because right now the Panthers and Team Control are fully locked in on each other, and rightfully so. Meanwhile, you got Juancho there looking at that off angle. Does he spot one of the players? He did see something, but misses the mark here. So here comes SLR on that other corner. SLR spreading out. They're gonna rock a 2-2.
I don't think you can hold above ICU anymore. With the Panthers cleaning up that fight, you got to kind of rotate around and pick your battles, because look at this White Eulogy. They have overview of ICU if they were to aggress even further. They got to worry about more than just this team. As much as they should have maybe cleaned up ICU, that lack of aggression, just like we saw with KR, might be biting.
I don't like it.
And oh no, not like this.
I don't like it for this reason. It is just too hard to hold these splits against multiple squads that are hoping to find one little pixel to get an advantage, and the Panthers destroying SLR. Only one player up left, and here comes ICU to try and clean it up.
Yeah, and we see Juancho already priming the grenade. Koi doesn't even get the chance to fight the Panthers. I think ICU knows it's 2 players max. But as well, we have Control off to the side. ICU cannot get careless with this. But at the end of it all, it's looking like a 1v3v1 situation, Jukes.
This is
ICU
the perfect scenario.
Should have us in the back.
Yeah, perfect scenario for ICU. I mean, everything they could have hoped for is right here. Now they cannot afford to throw it. This is the time where you know what to do, right? ICU, everybody's just looking at the same direction. Hayuya takes that Poppy 3 stand. Hayuya is going to go out to the blue zone. It is an ICU chicken dinner, and right when they needed it the most.
Yeah, I mean, coming down to the very end of the stretch, they were a team that we expected to be performing like Nemesis and Titan Gaming. Unfortunately, that not being the case. But thankfully, at the end of the day, too, they win the last match on Miramar of all maps for them. Love seeing it from the squad. And, you know, I've played with Valak and Juancho before and stuff like that. And those players themselves, I'm expecting the most. And Powerbang, you've probably got the same words as me when it comes to this ICU squad.
About time. That's my words. We got ICU on top. I was really hoping that they would turn things around, and they did, guys. They came clutch with the elims. Once again, we've been able to count on ICU putting on other people in the ICU, but they finally got their first chicken dinner, and that is massive for them as they finish up day 2 action. I want to see how far that's going to rocket them up the leaderboards. Good news, though, SLR comes alive here in our last game of the day, and they finally score some points, so they're going to make it interesting for third place as well. Taco Lovers surviving till late in the game, and obviously Titan extending their lead as well. And as always, we got the 4 bros Black Mamba action in the first 5 seconds of the game, Hot Juice.
Once again, and we're going to see a whole lot more of that towards the end, because these teams are done for. But man, got to give props, of course, to ICU. I got a prediction right. I'll take that one to the bank, you know. Juancho getting 1 elimination. Come on, Juancho. But hey, you know what? He got 698 damage, so I'll give him a pass on that one. This play, though, right here, PB, what do you think about this?
You know, I gotta say, this was pretty solid. You gotta get this done if you're 4 bros in the 3-on-1. I mean, you can't be getting BM'd with I don't know, man. I don't know. 4 bros, you gotta convert on that one. But this play, I don't understand the whole throw 18 utilities, risk your life in front of a window with 4 players looking at you, and then drive in front of the very same window with a guy with low HP on the back of your buggy. Like, what was the point of that? I have no idea. ultimately they pay the price. But this last sequence was bananas. ICU was on life support. They were getting shot down from the top by SLR, but ultimately SLR gets into a bit of trouble, pinched by the Panthers, and just like that, we end up with the Panthers, Control, and our winners, ICU Gaming, in the final circle. ICU picking up their first win, I believe, of the tournament, and they needed it. 19 points going to their column, and again, Control, Panthers, Super Lazy Reflex, all picking up points. This is probably the biggest point spread of the day, with KR picking up 10, Titan picking up 12, SLR 13, Panthers and Control both picking up 10. Lots of teams in double digits here. Would love to see how this impacts the overall rankings. Here we go. After 2 days of play, we've got Titan Gaming sitting comfortably in first place, but Control has jumped into the top 3. This is exactly what I was hoping for with my prediction, was that little bit of drama, but look at it. 3, 4, and 5, 93 points, 92 points, 91 points. Gentlemen, we have ourselves a tournament heading into day 3. Enigma, what do you think of the top 5?
Well, I can't even say top 5 because ICU's only a few points back from that. Everything below that is gonna have a stellar performance, but this is what I love to see, is when the leaderboard coming out of day 2 is completely congested elbow to elbow, because, I mean, you said it yourself, 3rd, 4th, 5th place is literally a 2-point gap. Coming into the last day, you're really hoping for bros. Black Mamba doesn't have their eyes set on you of maybe looking to maybe a hot drop, maybe looking to prevent you of going to Brazil.
Absolutely. I think 2nd is still within range right now for these teams as well. If you look at 2 through 6 right now, you've got a 15-point spread between 2nd and 6th place. Again, top 3 teams will be moving on to Brazil, and tomorrow is the last day of Hot Jukes. What do you make of these standings, my friend? Who is looking good and who's got to feel nervous?
Oh my goodness. Titan Gaming's looking great. Titan Gaming's looking great, and that's it. Literally. Nemesis is in trouble. Team Control. All these teams can literally swap out tomorrow because there's still 6 games. But like I said, it's really 5 because that last game you cannot depend on. So I want to see all of those teams off the rip tomorrow go crazy. And I'm excited to watch it. That's for sure.
And we are going to see off the rip in the jungle on Sanhok. So that'll be great to see some chaos, start things. Maybe we get your cave finish like we were hoping for today.
Please.
But man, we have ourselves a tournament. We've got 5 teams right now that have really tightened things up. And I'm really, really hoping to see if those 3 that are in 3 through 5 right now, they've got to be looking at each other because that's who they're battling against, right? I mean, if you start seeing teams go out in the elim feed, I mean, that's when you start putting your pedal to the metal and trying to create that gap. But really, really nice games to all of the teams today. And big thank you to those of you guys for tuning in. Hot Juice, give me your final thoughts for today. How did day 2 pan out for you?
Oh, man, SLR, what? What happened? What happened? That is my question, right? Because especially even in the last game where they finally woke up, they didn't really wake up, right? They weren't able to get it towards the end. It's good to see them in contention, but tomorrow, man, SLR, I don't know what it is, right? But you got to come in hot if you want to make it happen and go to Brazil, because I think that this team and those names, they got to be there, right?
You think so? Enigma, what about you? Final thoughts for today?
Only consistent team in my eyes is Titan Gaming. Back-to-back, virtually day 1. They did it today in day number 2. And if we're looking at Nemesis, yeah, they're in 2nd place, but everything below them is within just an arm's reach of it all. And we've seen a lot of these teams, especially today, new ones that haven't been able to perform, starting to get those stellar performances in matches that you don't really expect them doing well.
Wow. Well, no shortage of action here on day number 2. I guess my final takeaways for the day is taco lovers. I hope you enjoyed 3rd place for 8 minutes. We'll have to get back to top 3 tomorrow. Ultimately, I think Titan Gaming, you got to challenge them on Erangel. We saw 2 more chicken dinners on Erangel today and a 4th place finish in their other game. Someone else needs to show up on that map. Who's it going to be tomorrow? Big thank you guys for tuning in. And obviously, make sure you guys are following PUBG Mobile Esports on social media for all the latest updates and recap of the action. We'll be back tomorrow for the final day of the PUBG Mobile Super League North America qualifiers. to see who the top 3 teams from the region that will be sending on to Brazil next month. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you clock it in tomorrow. We'll see you then.